welcome to night 2 of the NBS Media Draft Reaction Show. Of course, I am Jeff Barnes along with the amazing Greg Rector. And here we are, day 2 of the draft. Greg, how you feeling?
Day 1 was an offensive evening, to say the least. Wow.
Yes, 14 straight offensive picks to kick it off. We're about to get off and running on day 2. We'll get into your expectations, but we're immediately going to go right out to the field, all right, and talk some Commanders football. Arabia, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you for having me. How are you?
I'm amazing. Anytime we get the draft weekend, I'm at the height of my game. This is like the last weekend of school before summertime kicks off. So
absolutely, same spirit.
Perfect.
So, you guys kicked off the draft last night with picking up your future quarterback. Everybody was talking about you need to move on with Sam Howell. You did just that. What is the feeling around Commanders Nation right now?
It's so exciting, and it's so in line with kind of what we've been doing for the past year. We have new ownership with the Josh Harris group. Those 5 individuals have certainly changed the culture in Washington from the get-go. As soon as they bought the team, they took the time to purposefully connect with fans. They went to D.C. and bought beer for everyone who came out to celebrate. So it's just a new era in Washington. And then now, in addition to having new ownership, we have new coaching. We have a new GM in Adam Peters, who we kind of got from the 49ers, who has a history of doing a good job at that position. We have Dan Quinn at head coach, of course. There are questions surrounding whether he will be the same head coach that he was with the Falcons or if he'll kind of follow a new trajectory and get a second chance at that. But certainly we like Dan Quinn, the defensive coordinator. So if he follows that trajectory, then we'll be happy. And we have Cliff Kingsbury at offensive coordinator. We're happy about that. Joe Witt Jr., who he brought over from Dallas, on the defensive side. So we're happy. It's kind of a fresh new era. And speaking of which, in the draft yesterday, we got Jaden Daniels, who I believe is our franchise guy. So it's exciting. We are ready to see what this regime has to do. It's the first draft of this regime. It's, the very first draft pick. Jaden Daniels is the very first commander selected by this new regime. So we're very, very excited.
Here on day 2, you guys are going to be very active. You have a lot of picks early in this draft. So what are your expectations so far for rounds 2 and 3?
Right. So we have 5 picks today between rounds 2 and 3. We have 2 second-round picks. We have our own 36, and we have number 40, which we acquired from the Bears for Montez Sweat when he was traded at the trade deadline in October. And in the 3rd round, we have 3 third-round picks. Again, we have our own 67. Then we have Seattle's number 78, which we acquired from the trade with Sam Howell. And then we have the 49ers compensatory pick at number 100. So again, like you said, we just got our franchise quarterback. Let's prioritize protecting him. Not only do I think that the game is won and lost in the trenches, I don't want a Joe Burrow situation where, yes, there were other moving pieces where he might not have always been playing in protection, but I don't want a situation where my franchise rookie quarterback is running for his life. I don't want another RG3 situation where for one reason or another, my quarterback who was buttoning and had everyone so excited is now injured. So I personally would love to use the 2nd round to try to find a left tackle. I mean, you think about essential personnel when you're trying to rebuild. And this organization has been very intentional in not using the word rebuild. They've kind of been just like flipping through the thesaurus, trying to find every synonym besides rebuild. But when you're reconstructing your organization, you think about essential personnel. We've got our franchise quarterback. We've got some edge rushers there on defensive side of things. We've made some moves in the legal tampering period and into free agency. Certainly, there still is a free agency period left for possibility. But let's get a left tackle who can protect our quarterback. So that's what I'm looking for. Certainly, there is talent left. If you think about, who we were able to acquire in previous years in the 2nd round, Sam Cosme in 2021. We got Quan Martin in 2023, and we got Fedarian Mathis in 2022, who, of course, was dealing with a little injury, but we expect great things from him. So 2nd round for me, again, I know we had a very offensive 1st round with 14 straight offensive picks until you got to number 15 with Laiatu Latu, but I would love someone at left tackle.
Gotcha. Greg, any questions for Arabia?
Well, that young quarterback that you do have, he ran a lot in college but he's not going to be able to run the same way in the NFL. Who's going to teach him how to slide and get out of bounds properly?
That's a really good question. And so you kind of think about Jacoby Brissett going to the Patriots and that trade. And so I believe he went to the Patriots for $8 million. We paid Marcus Mariota $6 million. Jacoby Brissett was an amazing veteran presence in that locker room. Outside of maybe Jacoby Brissett not wanting to be in Washington, which certainly is an option, maybe they traded him for someone who they projected to have a similar play style to their who they projected to be their franchise quarterback. So Jaden Daniels, we can officially say now. So maybe they're thinking with Marcus Mariota's play style, maybe not his ability, but with his style, he's able to provide some veteran advice to Jaden Daniels as far as how to navigate that. But, you know, it's also a feel. The best way to get good at football is playing football. And it sure will be a trial by fire with all of these rookies. You never know how any of them will translate to the league. But certainly I think he'll have some coaching and some veteran presence there. Even if, I mean, with this new regime in Washington, former players want to come back to Washington to help. You just saw that Darrell Green's jersey was retired. So players want to come back and be involved more with the organization. Now, maybe we can even have RG3 come back and give some of his advice as a well-known, successful mobile quarterback for that Washington franchise. So I think certainly he'll have tools in his arsenal to help him along the way.
Perfect.
So before we let you go back, because I know you're busy out there, you just landed out there in Detroit. What is the outlook so far? Based on this offseason, what is the outlook for fans right now as far as this team competing during the regular season?
Right. Well, for me, I'm always cautious. And I don't want to predict wins when we haven't even seen how this new team will gel. We've made a lot of offseason moves. So have a lot of people in our division. I mean, the Giants have made moves. The Eagles have made moves. The Cowboys haven't made as many moves, except for maybe siphoning a lot of their players to Washington. But I'm cautious. I'm optimistic, so cautiously optimistic. But I think a lot of fans are excited. You know, we got linebacker Bobby Wagner, which a lot of people are excited about. A good pass game really opens up that run game, which will certainly be very helpful for Jaden Daniels. So we have B-Rob. We have Austin Eckler now from the Chargers. We did get rid of Gibson. He went to the Patriots. But certainly we're excited. We have a franchise quarterback now. We have a good run game. I think we're optimistic that we're going to, not finish at the bottom of the league, but be competitive. If not right now, then in the future. Because, again, what you have to remember is we don't have to address everything this year. Again, rebuild, use the word or not, but everything doesn't have to be addressed in the draft. There still is a lot of free agency period left, and we can do what we can this year and even get some of those missing things next year and be super competitive, not just in our division, but in our conference and in the league as a whole. And maybe, 3 years. Who knows?
Indeed. Anytime you take over a team, you want to have a multi-year plan to get things rolling. Nobody wants to be the guy that comes in and has to be in the playoffs that first year. You're going to be fired real quick. Thanks again for coming on. We greatly appreciate you doing it. We know you're on the road, so taking the time out of your busy schedule to come talk some Commanders football with us. Don't be a stranger. We will definitely love to have you come back on anytime.
Thank you so much for having me. This was a lot of fun, and good luck to your prospective teams in the draft. I think it'll be a really good day.
Well, Greg is the one with the horse in the race. I'm just the dude that covers the draft.
Yeah.
Well, either way, good luck to everyone.
Well, good luck to your Commanders and get them back up at the top of the NFC East where they're playing the Cowboys for games that really matter. Yes. That's what I want to get back to because I can't stomach that bunch in Philadelphia, and the Giants don't bother me ever. But I need Washington versus Dallas again. That's what I need.
Yes, and even though, with any division rival, it's a familiar enemy. It's a familiar face. You guys play each other so much that those games can get a little Twilight Zone-y where someone from the bottom of the division can sweep someone at the top of the division. But like you said, I want to be competitive in games that matter. If you look at the 2022 end of that season, when I believe Sam Howell started in his very first game before they named him starter, that was a very exciting, competitive game. But for us, it meant nothing. You guys were already in the playoffs. The Eagles made it to the playoffs. The Giants had made it to the playoffs. 3 teams in our division had made it to the playoffs. So we were just trying to have a good last game. But I want to compete in games that matter. So I completely agree.
There you go.
All right. Once again, thanks again for coming on. And we're going to start to get some draft picks rolling. So you enjoy the amazing weather I see behind you. We'll be here all night, still talking draft.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks again, Arabia.
Hi.
All right. So, Greg, we have some picks coming off on the board here. So we start to get ready. What is your outlook for day 2?
I think we're going to see some defensive players come off the board early. And we're probably going to see another bunch of wide receivers go as well. Just bottom line here, I think Buffalo here is probably going to take a wide receiver right off the bat. But boy, I'll tell you, to see Johnny Newton and Cooper DeJean not get picked in the first round was a shocker last night.
Yeah, that early run of offensive players, we talked about it, an unprecedented run of 14 straight picks going offense, really pushed a lot of guys out of the first round. You know, and we talked about even some offensive guys. We talked about Jackson Powers Johnson, a center that could possibly go mid to late first, fell completely out. And people were saying, well, maybe it was the medicals. No, we always talk about runs. Usually we talk about it being at positions. This time it was the whole side of the ball that had a run that pushed a whole draft into a flux, because there's a lot of defensive players that were taken at the back end of the first that were really guys that would normally going in the teens. So it's one of those things where the draft plays itself out in many different ways. And we'll talk about the Michael Penix thing, which has been the talk of everywhere, whether it's on NFL Network, ESPN.
This whole thing with Penix drives me bananas, because Arthur Blank said flat out that they were considering quarterback. And when they did not move their pick, I said it's going to be Michael Penix. I knew it, because Penix, as you had on your board and I had on my board, he was a number what for you for quarterbacks?
QB3. My QB 1 and 2 went 1 and 2. So
bingo.
Yeah. So we talked about it.
And you also heard Seattle, the Rams, the Raiders all wanted the 8th pick. They all called Atlanta. Why was that? They all wanted Michael Penix.
Indeed. Well, Penix, and it's been one of those things where during this draft process, a lot of people found reasons to hate him, right? You go on social media and they were talking about McCarthy. They were talking about May. And they were coming up with reasons not to like Michael Penix. And I said, I don't understand why. I watched this film even from the years at Indiana, and he was a good quarterback, injuries and a kind of a mediocre program. But he goes to Washington this year, and he shows you everything you wanted to see. The ability to throw the deep ball, the ability to escape the pocket, buy time and make plays outside the pocket, the ability to throw on schedule, the ability to fit balls in the tight windows. When he got to the playoffs, I thought his performance throwing the football went up. It did not diminish. It did not stay the same. The throws he made against Texas's secondary were amazing. And a lot of the throws he made against Ohio State, against
that school up north.
Yeah, Michigan.
Their secondary. That place. It's just that school up north.
Yeah, some of the throws he made against them were amazing. And yes, he has a Dunze, and you can go across the receivers that he had. He still has to throw the ball on target, on schedule, on time, and he did every bit of that. So
Jaden Daniels had three pretty damn good receivers himself to throw to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, two of them went last night.
But the whole thing is that nobody wants to give the receivers enough credit for the catches that they make either, right? It's always about the quarterback. And you know full well that just drives me bananas when it comes to this entire coverage, that it's always about the quarterback. Well, the other 10 guys on that field also have to do their jobs. Bottom line.
Absolutely. And I will say this. I must admit that, when I saw this run happening, when Penix went, when the other two quarterbacks went, I was getting a lot more excited for those guys we talked about in that second tier, the Rattlers, the Miltons, all of that crew, because what's going to happen is those guys are going to go earlier than expected now. We talked about it, that first group kind of spread out. You had the 3 go early, and then you kind of may have had 1 or 2 more sneak into the first, and then the rest of them start to go day 2, and then you get the later guys coming to day 3. There's going to be a lot of guys on the street at the end of this draft.
Well, we're gonna repeat 2020, I think, tonight.
Yeah.
When the Steelers drafted the young fella that has no hands and all that other good stuff that you and I all said, hey, there's no way that he belongs as a first-round pick. But then, of course, it was Malik Willis and all those guys that didn't go until the 3rd round, right?
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to see the Rattlers and those guys start to go again tonight. But the question is, where are they going? Are they going to the places that are just looking for talent in the quarterback room? Are they going to the places where they have veterans, where they say they need a guy that's going to sit around a couple of years, learn, and get ready to come compete for the starting job? So I'm real intrigued to see where some of those guys go. Buffalo's pick is in, so we're going to get an announcement, and I'm trying to see who's going to announce it. Now we're getting to the point where everybody's got a representative making the call, making the pick for him. So we're not going to see as much Roger Goodell. This is Aaron Williams making the pick for Buffalo, and the first pick on day 2 is going to be Keon Coleman. Comes off the board.
There you go. Finally.
All right. So
CeeDee Lamb's cousin. I'll throw in the Cowboys mention right away. But yeah, CeeDee's cousin is going to be a Buffalo Bill, and he's going to be a very good player for the Bills, I think. Yeah,
well, right now they're looking for replacements. You got rid of wide receiver 1. You lost wide receiver 2. All right. So you're down to your 4th, 5th, and 6th wide receivers as your top receivers on your roster right now. You need something different. Here's a guy who's a physical receiver, a guy that's going to go up and get it, a red zone threat. He does have some speed, but it's more build-up speed.
Build-up speed. He's got tempo. He's got what we like to refer to as tempo.
Yeah, but a lot of people not explosive right off the line.
That's right.
Beat you off the line receiver. He's that guy that's going to build up speed, that long strider as he goes down the field. He gets faster. But he doesn't have that top gear. What makes him special is his ability to elevate and catch the ball. Right. Yep. So I think what we're going to look at with him is he's going to be that guy that in the red zone, makes those plays for you, can use that body on deep balls to kind of keep that DB at bay while you squeeze that ball into the sideline. So I think
how is he gonna handle January in Buffalo though? I don't know how that's gonna go over very well with Keon.
it may go over better during the contract years. So
yes. Yeah, you're 4. Oh yeah, I'm fine with the cold. I'm okay.
A lot of guys learn how to tolerate everything in their contract year. So so we have the Chargers pick is in as well. So this is what day 2 is like. We're going to be talking about a bunch of different players at a time because the picks start to get faster and faster and faster at this point. We're worried less and less about individual picks, and we're starting to talk about clusters of picks. So I expect a nice group of defensive players to come off early, kind of sort of balance the equation. We picked over the opposite board so heavily last night that now you're starting to get.
I think we get another receiver here though, because they took Joe Alt last night, so they need a receiver.
Well, they need more than one, right? Because we talked about a team clearing out their receiving room. The Buffalo did it. Well, the Chargers did it too, right?
Yeah.
Keenan Allen's a Bear. Mike Williams was released, so They cleaned out their receiving room pretty good. They almost cleared out the pass rusher room too until they worked on some of those contracts. So I think we're starting to look at this team and go, okay, this is the team that's going to be active in skill positions day 2.
I think we could see it. Mitchell go from Texas here.
Yeah, Adonai Mitchell will be a good fit. They seem to like who they picked. They haven't told us yet, but everybody in the war room is clapping. So once we get the pick, we'll get into that. Cardinals are on the clock. The Commanders with one of their picks coming up. Yep. They're going to pick twice. Oh, there you go, Lad McConkey. So we have a starting day 2 with a run on receivers, right? So the first 2 picks are wide receiver. So Keon Coleman, Lad McConkey. So that board is starting to get picked over even more with the offense.
Well, this is a Harbaugh pick.
Oh, it makes sense. Yeah. Well, he needs that kind of slot receiver. That he could be a Z, but he's mostly a slot. Works well over the middle of the field. Does all of the tough things. He's a tough player. Has that speed to actually attack down the field. But he's going to be a hard carry for slot corners. So, I like his toughness.
He is tough. He is a tough little bugger. That's bottom line.
Arizona on the board, on the clock. We're waiting for their pick. I'm using the app, so it's actually coming up faster than the tube. So I may be announcing it before some of you are seeing it. So sorry about that, but I am pulling it up here. Especially, like I said, with these picks coming a lot faster. I'm not waiting on the TV, unlike night 1. So, Cardinals, Commanders, Patriots, next 3 picks. Commanders up twice in the next 6 picks. Your Cowboys, pick 56. So,
and if it goes according to the way that JJ wants things to go, Brooks, the running back from Texas, will be the player chosen. So I'm hoping that some other team decides to take him before JJ gets his guy. JJ announced last night that Brooks was the best prospect he's ever interviewed in over 30 years. Oh, good. Yeah, here. And Steven had to give him a little nudge and say, hey, Dad, you're talking about our board?
Well, he was excited, Oh, yeah. The way he said, hi on our board. Yeah. Jerry's excited, So, that's unfortunately, that's who Jerry Jones is. You kind of get used to that if you're a Cowboy fan. I know it grates on your nerves. You can't, stomach his personality and a bunch of other things. But unfortunately, that's who your owner is. So, yes.
Yep. And his idiot son is the same way.
So we're gonna have another guest in a moment. Talk a little more Bears football. We had Dan Goodwin on last night. Christy's going to join us shortly. You always see Christy in the chat. So this is going to be the first time I get to talk to Christy live. I never get Christy live. So this will be the first time we get to talk live on air.
I've gotten to talk with Christy live. How did you
not? No, we haven't been on. We haven't been on live yet. No, not together.
Really?
No. So, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the first time. I always kept saying, we got to get you on. We got to get you on. We never got her on when I was on. We tried, but it's okay. We have a trade. Atlanta has jumped up. They tried to jump up yesterday to get Latu, but couldn't get him. So there's somebody on this board that Atlanta wants.
I think they're going to have an edge on their minds.
Well, looking at the board from last night, so the top 4 went. We talked about Dallas Turner. We talked about Latu. We talked about Verse. We talked about Robinson. Now there's Trice. There's Braswell.
Could it be Braswell?
Huh?
I think this might be Braswell.
Intriguing. Okay, so 35, and they get a sixth or 186 for fourth and a third. Okay. We'll consult the trade chart, make sure they didn't overpay for that. All right, so
that is the JJ version of the trade chart.
No, this is Jimmy's.
Jimmy's. That's what I'm saying, JJ.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just making sure
we have the right
JJ.
Real JJ, not the old owner of the Cowboys. No, the Jimmy Johnson.
Well, you'll be pleased to know he was in the draft room last night.
Yes, he was. Yes.
So people were talking about it was all ceremonial. They didn't get along anymore. Well, Jimmy Johnson in the Cowboys war room tells you they're getting along just fine.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah, there was this is a 560 pick. 550. Sorry, 550. So they moved back 43, 470. Yeah, makes about right. Yeah, trade value is pretty fair. All right, so we'll look at the Atlanta Falcons pick, and then we'll bring on Christy, and we'll start talking some more Bears football. So, and I know they're dragging this out because they haven't announced it on TV. They haven't even updated the app yet. So, Falcons trade up, Commanders on the clock, and there it is. Ruke Aurora.
Really?
D tackle from Clemson. So,
well, I
was people close. We talked about.
I was close.
Well, he jumps over Fisk.
Yeah.
Okay. He jumps over Newton. Both those guys are still on the board. So
and jumping over Newton really shocked me. That I don't understand. Based upon his injury, which is not anything fatal that had happened to him or anything, how this guy is not going by this point is just crazy to me. Because he was my DT1.
Yes. So
I had him well ahead of Murphy.
Before we bring Christy on, we're in the presence of greatness. Bill Carroll is back.
What? Bill, look at him.
Hello there.
How are you, Bill?
It is good to be here. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty well.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that. I am very excited about tonight for several reasons. We have some fantastic guests. A couple of my favorite women on the planet Earth will be with us, including, of course, the one, the only Christy Love. We'll be joined also later by Arabia Tillery.
Oh, you missed Arabia.
Oh, you missed Arabia. We already had that pleasure.
Yeah, we kicked off with Arabia. Yeah.
No. Well, then you know what I'm talking about. She's fantastic.
Yes.
And I was very nice to her, even though she cheers for the, that burgundy and gold team. I was nice.
Well, I appreciate your mother would be very proud of you, Greg. I appreciate that you behaved like a gentleman.
That's right.
Well, keep behaving like a gentleman because here comes Christy. Christy, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Hi, you guys. Can you hear me?
Chicago hasn't been the same since you left, Christy.
Oh, I'm still around.
Oh, okay.
How are you guys?
Well, it is an exciting time to be in Chicago, as I'm sure you know. I thought perhaps this might be like a bank holiday, but I guess not. But I thought they might at least consider it. If Casimir Pulaski gets a holiday.
No, for real. Yes, we should too.
Listen, I like Chicago except for the months of October through
to like March,
April.
Yes.
April's no good either, really.
I like to get to May before I come back to Chicago.
Yeah, May, June will be a good time.
Yes,
yeah.
I've been there for Memorial Weekend. Amazing weather. I've been there for Martin Luther King weather. I thought I was Han Solo frozen. So, yeah.
It's the worst.
Oh, I've got one place that's a lot colder than that for you, Jeff, to come up to.
I'm only coming up to Canada for Carabana. That's it. I will not be coming up there anytime soon. So that's not happening. Not by choice, at least. So
let's take Jeff to the Grey Cup game in Winnipeg.
Yeah, I will gladly watch that on TV.
Yeah.
Wow.
Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Enough about me. We're going to talk about Chicago Bears football. We're going to talk to
Ooh.
Christy because, I haven't had a chance to talk Bears football on live air with Christy. So we're going to make sure we do that right now. You had an amazing night, too.
Yes.
Amazing offensive players. The offensive side of the ball is fully talented. What about the defense?
Well, I'll say our defense right now is still pretty solid. I would say this past season, we were arguably a top 10 defense towards like the back end of the season. Like after we got Montez Sweat from Washington, our defense was amazing. So going into this season, we did have to get rid of Eddie Jackson because of injuries, of course, and a few other pieces. But majority of our players are still coming back. They're still on rookie contracts, X, Y, and Z. So if we go into the draft with defense, I would say we can draft the edge rusher. We don't have a draft pick until like mid to end of the third round. And then we have a pick in the fourth round. So unless we trade up to get a second round pick, we're not picking until the third, fourth round. We can still get some great pieces because during the first round, it was a pretty much offensive draft, like offense everywhere. So with that being said, we can still get some great pieces for defenses. If we do decide to draft a rush, an edge rush, we have, I might say his first name wrong, but it's he's from Penn State. It's Isaac.
You about
Isaac?
Yes, him. We can look at him, or we can look at Chris Bradshaw from Alabama. So those are two picks that we could possibly get. But it all depends on what Ryan Poles is feeling. He did say he's very confident in his 4 picks that we have. So we got the 2 out the way, and we got 2 more. So we'll just have to wait and see. But as far as defense, I think we're pretty solid.
I'm going to let you guys jump in on the questions for a minute.
Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, so as you may have heard, Christy, the Chicago Bears have struggled at the quarterback position only since about 1950 or so. And they may perhaps, if there is a loving God, they may perhaps have found their way out of a seemingly impenetrable morass. They may have finally left like a person dying of thirst crawling through an endless desert. They may have finally found if indeed he is who they think they are, how many children do you think will be named Caleb in the Chicagoland area?
Oh my God. A lot. Like you said, the Chicago Bears have a horrible history of developing the quarterback. We've seen it fail with Trubisky, Justin Fields, Jay Cutler, Kyle Orton, and the list goes on and on and on and on. So this past season, we got rid of our offensive coordinator, Lou Gessie, because it was not working at all. And we brought in Shane Walton. He stated whether we keep Justin Fields or even get Caleb Williams, he is very confident that he can go ahead and develop the quarterback into what needs to be. So we are holding his word to that because we have we just drafted a generational amazing quarterback at number 1. So all eyes are on him, our offensive coordinator, and our offense as a whole to see what we do. And it has to make progress this coming up season. Because honestly, in my opinion, if we're not even in the wild card hunt, then we need to go back to the drawing board and see what's going on. Because with Caleb Williams, we have DJ Moore, we have Keenan Allen, we just drafted Rome Odunze. We got great pieces. So there's no reason why our offense should fail. There's no reason why we should not take over the NFC North. There's no reason why, low key, we should not take over the conference at all. Like, we need to be in the playoffs. And also, if we don't, Matt Eberflus, I feel like he may get fired because we built this team. We built this team up. Caleb Williams in the best position possible in football. Like it's right set up just for him. Like it's easy. So there's no reason why. There's like no excuses. There's no more excuses as of now. So we look great on paper, but now it's time to work and it's time to win. So Caleb Williams, you are a guy. Let's make magic.
There we go. And then people will soon make babies named Caleb.
Exactly. We win the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? And then next thing you know, in a couple of years, Caleb's in kindergarten, first grade. A whole bunch of Caleb Williams or whatnot. So
okay, that's nice about the Caleb name and all that jazz. But when in the hell are you guys going to beat up the Green Bay Packers 2 times a year, every year?
My gosh.
Now, I don't want to see the Packers ever come to Dallas or go up to the Lambeau Field ever again. You saw what happened to us. I hate the Packers. So I
was rooting for you guys. Like I was rooting so bad for Dallas.
You have no idea how punishing that day was for me. It was terrible, Christy.
I believe it.
To give up 48 points in a playoff game. 48. It was sick.
Man. To Green Bay and Jordan Love. Like, come on.
Oh, man. Somewhere Tom Landry nosedived his B-24 into the ocean on that day. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was ugly. That was real ugly. And then you got this that Skull bunch who I can't stomach either. I don't like Skull.
I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried about them at all.
Who's gonna put Justin Jefferson out of this of that roster from the Bears? Who's gonna put him out?
I don't know. All I do know is I'm not worried about the Vikings. Green Bay, we're gonna beat Green Bay. We're gonna Green Bay.
You're gonna beat them both.
Yes, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Even Montez went in an interview saying that they cannot lose to Green Bay. Now, a lot of players do say that in the offseason. Oh, we're not going to lose to Green Bay, and we always losing. But this has to be the year. It just has to. I'm tired of trolling. Aaron Rodgers trolled the Bears so many times after he beat us. Now he's at the conference. We're thinking we have a chance last year, and you saw how that went, especially the last game of the season. When we had Justin Fields, that was just horrible, especially after how he was playing so well our last 5 games prior to the Green Bay game last year. So it's like our mission to beat Green Bay, and I'm more than certain that we're probably going to play them either week 1 or week 2 in Chicago. We just have to, but there's no excuses. There's no excuses for anything. It just has to work. It has to work. We got 2 blue chip players. Our defense is great. Our offensive line, if healthy, it can be really good. So there's no excuses.
When you guys drafted Jenkins a couple of years back there,
yeah,
Bill and Jeff can attest to this. He was my guy that I wanted to take into the dark alley to protect me.
Really?
Oh yeah. I always pick one offensive lineman to go and protect me in the dark alley if that was necessary. And Jenkins was my guy.
Okay. Yeah, he's great when healthy. It just sucked last year. He missed 5 or 7 weeks because he was hurt.
Didn't he miss 7 games?
Yeah, because he was hurt. Yeah. So, like I said, because our offensive line struggled with being healthy last year. So if everybody can remain healthy and protect Caleb Williams, we'll be good. We'll be good. That's our main thing, just being healthy.
So you mentioned defense earlier, Christy.
Yes.
Eberflus, a defensive-minded head coach.
Yes.
Heavy investment on it in free agency last year.
Yeah.
But the dividends didn't really pay off for you. You blew a lot of leads at the end of games last year as well. Can he turn it around? This is a make-or-break year for Matt Eberflus. You've loaded up on the offensive side of the ball. Can he right the ship on defense enough to get the turnaround that you're looking for?
Say it again, that last part. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can he turn around this defense to get the kind of turnaround that you're looking for overall?
I think so. Like I said earlier, Matt Eberflus, halfway towards the back end of the season, he turned our defense around to arguably top 10 defense. So I believe he can, because one, his job is in jeopardy, in my opinion. But like I said, our defense is solid. So yeah, I can see it continuing to grow and to build coming into this new season and being strong and firm and being a top 10, maybe a top 5 defense along with our offense. Top 5, top 10 offense.
Wow. You know, we had an eclipse, and those happen very rarely. If the Bears have a top 5 offense, that will top the eclipse for things that happen rarely.
I mean, it's possible. It's very possible. Look who we just drafted. It's very possible. We got 2 wide receivers who got well over 1,200 yards this past season alone. Like it's possible. And then you got Rome, who can learn and grow under Keenan Allen as long as he stay healthy too, and DJ Moore. Look, it's very, very possible. Then we got Swift, Roshan Johnson, and Khalil Herbert for our running backs. That's solid too. Our running game has always been good for the most part. Yep. We can really be a top 10 offense because we look good on paper now. We just have to click. Now I know we have to like click and gel, and it may take time, but already prior to the draft, a lot of our offensive players, Caleb Williams, Rome, I want to say Keenan Allen too, and a few others was already training and working out together prior to the draft. Right. So they already have some sort of chemistry now. So once OTAs start, training camp start, they're really going to get in the gist of everything. And yes, I can say we could be a top 10 offense. And if we're not, because I don't run from the smoke, I will be back and say that I was wrong. Okay. But I'm confident. I'm very confident. Like Williams is. So, hey.
We have just witnessed Christy Love say with her chest that she thinks the Bears will be a top 5 or possibly at worst a top 10.
We'll just say top 10.
Okay.
Christy, we'll just say top 10.
So she said that top 10 with her chest. She's at top 5 with her toenails. But at least somewhere in that range. And if she's right, if the defense even improves slightly, that's definitely a playoff team. So yes, I'm excited about seeing how it turns out.
I am too. I'm a little nervous, but for the most part, I'm confident. Like Ryan Poles is cooking. We still got 2 more picks in the draft, so I trust him. You know, I was a little upset when we got rid of Justin Fields because Fields did not get this same opportunity. But it's time to move on. This is our future, so I'm ready. I'm beyond ready.
Did you get your bet in yesterday over 30 touchdown passes, or because the line just really dropped, on that?
Yeah, we never had a quarterback that threw 30 passes. So
no, I know.
So
because
you know what we should with the receivers we have co-combating. Yes, I think we can. So I'll say at the 30 mark, just to be safe.
Go right at 30.
Oh. Yes. Just to be safe.
Because Sid Luckman was only playing 12 games a year, right? So, I mean, that's...
And only throwing the ball about 14 times a game. So, it's tough to get the 30 touchdowns in those days.
It can, but, we have to have confidence in our number 1 draft pick quarterback. So, we just have to. So, he knows the odds against him. He knows what it is and what it's not. He's ready for everything. So, we have to trust in him, trust in our coaches, our GM. So now it's just really time to work at this point. It's time to put in that work.
Well, Bears fans in the room are hoping for slightly less than what you're asking for. So they'll set up a top 15.
I understand. I understand. Saying top 10 is reaching, but it's possible. It's so possible, you guys. But I will, I'm not mad at that. I'm not.
There you go. Tom, follow Christy. She's going to guide you to the promised land of a top 10 offense. Just hook on to the back of Christy Love. She will take you where you want to go.
And it's Kyler Gordon, by the way, who is going to take out Justin Jefferson, okay?
Oh, yeah. Don't underestimate him, okay?
He's a good player. Yes.
I don't No. You ask Jeff and Bill because Kyler Gordon was my number one other guy the year he was drafted. Oh, yes.
Oh, we took all your guys, huh?
Well, you guys have got good players.
Yeah, we do. And shout out to Jalen Johnson too. He's been amazing on defense last year, and he just got that contract extension. So he's going to produce and be another Pro Bowler and then some. So shout out to Jalen Johnson. That's my favorite. He's my favorite. So.
And you all still have money under the cap too. So guess what? If you don't get that edge in this draft, you can sign somebody as well.
Absolutely. So I trust Ryan Poles. He'll get the job done for sure.
Well, you definitely got the job done tonight because you came in firing fastballs. So by all means, Christy, this is a great time getting you on, man. This is the first time you giving us fastballs, you commanding the room. I mean, the numbers just shot up since you came in here. So
hey everybody.
They're here for you. They ain't here for us. So you know. But y'all got anything else before we let Christy go and enjoy a meal?
The last thing I'll say is, who do you think, since we have, as you said, there's a couple picks left, who do you think Poles might be targeting? I'm going to guess probably on defense now in the last couple of picks that are left.
Who do you think we could pick? Probably the two that I said. I'm not sure who he might get. It's like I said, we can probably get Isaac or Bradshaw. But it's no telling Ryan Poles. I'm not sure because I just found out, not to go back on offense, that for the past 5 months he already knew he wanted Caleb Williams. So it's no telling who he might get. So we'll see. Have to see.
Well, I'll give you a couple of names of players that I think might be available for you later in that third, fourth range. Watch out for Mason AA Smith, defensive tackle from Louisiana State University. He's mostly a run plugger, but I can see some potential for him to give a little bit of pass rush if he gets more coaching and, frankly, just gets in slightly better shape. He's one of those guys that he's a naturally big guy, which defensive tackles often are. And some of his weight is good weight, but not all of it. But I think,
how big is he?
Oh, he's a big dude. Not huge. I mean, like there's no Ted Washingtons anymore. Sam, like those guys are gone. Even Lodi Nada, you don't see guys like that anymore. But I think he's in the 3 teens, maybe. I'll double check. But I'll give you also.
I think he's around 3. He was 308 at the combine. I think.
Yeah, 308 at the combine. So he played. He played a little heavier. He played. He played about 317 or so, and he probably slimmed down in air quotes to about 308 to run, and then. On the in the defensive secondary, though you obviously that's the strength of the team, if you decide to add to it, watch out for a guy like Jarvis Brownlee from Louisville. I really like that kid. And he's sort of like Jalen Light, you know what I mean? Like he's not quite Jalen, but he's got some Jalen-esque qualities. And I could see him being, if based on who they like and what they like at that position, I could see him being tossed out there. Maybe to play some nickel, and maybe even in some of their other sets to even walk up a little closer because he's not a big guy, but he's a tough little dude. And he's not afraid to mix it up.
I like that pick. Okay, that's my look out for sure. I like that. Okay, absolutely. I'm excited. So we will see when we get to the Bears. I'm excited to see and ready to work. I'm ready to work. This war is over. It's been
keep blowing up the chat.
I will.
Keep blowing up the chat. We want you in there, and you'll be back. We want you. We want you to make sure you come back.
I will.
Yay!
So
just let me know.
Oh yes.
I
No
got
offense to looking at Jeff or looking at Greg, but if Christy Love's available, trust me, we're going to reach out to Christy Love.
Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah, so people get tired of the shine of my head on screen.
So, we got the Ball Brotherhood had a little meeting. But yes.
Well, thanks again, Christy. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you guys. I'll see y'all in the chat.
Send Greg the bill. Greg will pay the bill for you.
Okay.
What?
Bye, guys.
All right,
That's
take care,
Christy
Christy.
Love here
Bye.
from TBS Media. You can find her work on the Bears here at TBS. Well,
Yep.
Bill, now that you joined us, we started the day off with a small little run on receiver, but now the defensive run has finally arrived.
Yes.
Right?
I knew it would happen. And one of my favorite players in this whole draft class just got taken. I am such a fan of Braden Fisk. Oh, such a good
I didn't like Fisk all that much. The guy that went before Fisk, though, went a whole lot earlier than a whole lot of people thought.
Well, we're going to talk about
Sweat.
that in a minute. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But yes, the recap. Yes, we had Keon Coleman, Lam McConkey, Ruke Aurora, which we did mention on air. Newton goes. Jalen Polk, the other Washington receiver, goes. T'Vondre Sweat goes, and now Braden Fisk. The Eagles pick is in. They'll be announcing that whenever. But to circle back, T'Vondre Sweat, the belle of the ball at Senior Bowl week. Everybody couldn't help but talk about him. Great momentum through this draft process. Then these second arrest for DUI. Okay. And it happened just within 2-3 weeks ago. So it's very
could not
close.
have been worse. Yeah, no, it could not have been worse.
So there's talk about him falling out of day 2 into day 3. You know what goes, because this is now not just his first arrest for this; it's the second. That we know of. All right. So he may have gotten. He may not have been pulled over the other times. He was driving under the influence. So. Usually when you're caught more than once, you've done it more than once, more than twice, I should say.
Probably.
So people were wondering if there's going to be an underlying problem. Is it going to be a problem when he gets to the NFL? And we've seen a lot recently, a lot of the younger players getting into these car accidents with the speeding and the racing on the roads, causing huge issues. We know one young man is in jail for killing somebody with his car. So, T'Vondre Sweat goes early. Tennessee is undaunted. They take him here early in the second.
Two things are going to happen. One is, I don't know if you're familiar with the work of one Mr. Michael Vrabel. For those who aren't familiar with his work, he is not afraid to get extremely close to you and still speak extremely loud. So Greg is familiar with the technique. The Marine Corps makes very strong use of it. When you correct someone's actions through what I call negative positive reinforcement. Greg, I'm sure, can give you also a real deep insight into it. And
sorry, Bill. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So while the things being said are not positive in the sense of being, encouraging or complimentary, they're said in a spirit of making you a better person. Greg, would you like to explain the technique?
But unfortunately, he's not going to get that from Mike Vrabel, just because he's going to get it from Brian Callahan, who's not a new head coach.
Oh, that's right.
But see, Jeff, you were taking away my entire thing that I was just about to do to Bill, because he needed the positive.
That's right.
Mr. Vrabel is unemployed because he's too big and intimidating, according to some assistant.
Oh, but he would have been perfect for this. They should bring him back for just this.
Or his former coach, Mr. Belichick, or Parcells, guys like this who would get in T'Vondre Sweat's face and say, "This stops now." But I have been told that T'Vondre Sweat only had this one issue. His prior time was when he was out of control.
Okay.
This is the issue that I kept hearing about. And of course, in Mockapalooza, I had T'Vondre Sweat going to the Browns.
Right.
I figured, okay, he's going to drop a little. Cleveland would have been a beautiful fit for him, but no, he's going to Tennessee. Newton went to the Commanders. This is a problem. I don't like the fact that Newton is going to be coming after Dak Prescott with Brock Hoffman as our center. I'm not happy.
Okay, I'm going to defend Brock Hoffman a little bit. First of all, I know the young man a little bit. Is he the most physically talented center in the league? No, Greg. I'm not going to lie to you. He is not.
And neither is TJ Bass, the other. But you know,
but, okay, you're right. These are not the most physically gifted interior offensive linemen in the league. They're not in the top 10 or even 20% or even 30 percentile.
We're going to continue. I have to announce this.
Oh.
All right. So the Eagles yesterday, who did they land at corner?
Cooper DeJean.
They just landed Cooper DeJean. But after you get the top corner in the draft, yesterday you land Cooper DeJean to go along with him. All right, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's get back to the T'Vondre Sweat situation.
Yeah, so he needs a certain kind of coach, and we'll find out if Mr. Callahan is that kind of coach. And yes, you're right. A part of my brain was saying, "Wait a second, Bill, are you sure?" But I was like, "Why would they fire Vrabel?" But yes, they put Vrabel in a very difficult situation, and Callahan gets obviously a chance to get the truck out of the ditch, I guess. Stylistically, I am not sure if he is as hands-on either in terms of he certainly doesn't come across, I'll put it that way, as the same sort of presence as Mr. Vrabel did. I will say that much. But he's a very bright young coach. I think he's 38 or something like that, which makes you feel incredibly old. And
it's a sad thing that his father isn't actually coaching the defensive line instead of the offensive line for the Titans, because Daddy Bill would have gotten into T'Vondre Sweat's face.
Oh, yes. Well, once again, he comes from a tree that, we talk about coaching trees. That's a coaching tree that is pretty confrontational that he comes from as well. So I'm going to assume that Brian Callahan has a little something to him. I remember him, early on in his career. He's a kid that actually is from originally Champaign. He was born in Champaign because his dad at the time, I think, was working in Illinois, but grew up on the West Coast, played a little bit of quarterback, and then pretty much straight into coaching once he got out of graduate assistantship right after college. And he's been groomed to be a coach since the moment he stopped playing, in essence, and maybe even before.
I think before.
Yeah, probably even before.
Yeah.
He's a bright guy. He's been around a lot of bright people on offense. He spent time with Denver. He spent time with the Lions, obviously with Oakland, Cincinnati, and then that's where he sort of got the bow wrapped around him, saying this guy's a future head coach in addition to his bloodlines. But at the time in Cincinnati, sort of established him as a top flight offensive coordinator. Of course, that's the fastest way to get a coaching job at the NFL level as a head coach, is to be a top flight offensive coordinator. But I don't know enough about him as a person stylistically to know how he'll handle this. But yes, he'd better nip this in very much in the bud. Well,
what we're going to do is let's jump on Cooper DeJean, and then we have another guest lined up. So a very familiar face here on Team NBS we kind of missed him a bit. So it's going to be great to talk some football with him.
When I walk through the halls of Team NBS media, I like to touch the bust. I like to touch his bust as it hangs up there in the wall of honor in Team NBS, in the building. So yes, it'll be great to talk to one of the greats of all time.
So Cooper DeJean goes to Philadelphia. I mean, could you have any better top two picks if you're Philadelphia? With all the moves you've made this offseason, you come into the draft, you get the best cornerback falling into your lap. Then you get another top 3 or top 4 cornerback, depending on somebody's board, falling into your lap as well. In Cooper DeJean on day 2. I mean, I would love to know. I mean, this can't all just be, Howie Roseman being this good. This has to be, he's got to have some kind of magic spell. I mean, they have this kind of luck that keeps falling. Last year was Jalen Carter just magically tunneling down the board to you and you all you have to do is move up one pick to get them.
Yep.
Now here you are. You get the top corner magically falls to you on day one. Oh, by the way, here's another corner falling to you on day two. You have two corners aging in Darius Slay and Bradbury. So you already have the replacements now. And you have one of these guys can play your nickel. And you do have Ruggs from Georgia last year, but you have a plethora of very good corners. If injuries happen, you have a lot of young men that you can count on, along with some veterans. How much better does it get for Philadelphia?
Well, since they had Byard there last year, Cooper DeJean can go and play where Byard was last year as well.
And they got Gardner Johnson back, so they don't have to play him. Yeah,
no,
so
they don't.
And you got Sidney Brown back too.
And
Sidney will be out for a while, but
there'll eventually be times when they'll all be on the field at the same time. Because Brown can play close to the line of scrimmage, DeJean can play name a place, and Slay may have lost half a step, but he's still, I would say, a top 12 corner in the league. Bradbury has lost half a step. He's probably about a top 20 corner in the league. But
I think you're being generous on a half step.
I'm trying to, my mother told me to be nice. But this is first of all, hashtag Howie Roseman Masterclass, right? It happens seemingly every year. He is one of the best GMs walking. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. He's one of the best GMs of the past 25 years, period. He is a top 4 GM of the last 25 years. That's it. There's no need for discussion. And once again, he doesn't panic, ever. He never panics. He reads the board. He has great counterintelligence, is what I'm hearing. For those that I hear that he does a great job of gathering intel, passively and sometimes actively. So what you hear when you are around certain places, look, scouts, GMs, front office people, they're people. They go to the store, they go to coffee shops, they go to bars, they brag on the golf course. Things occasionally slip out. And Howie Roseman is great at collecting those little tidbits of information, pocketing them until he needs them. He knows whose hot buttons are what. He knows whose weaknesses are what. He plays the board like a freaking Stradivarius year after year after year.
But I want to understand how he got somebody from the Big Ten for a change instead of the SEC, because this isn't right.
Well, I know what is right is we were talking about cornerbacks falling out of round one. You just got 3 straight cornerbacks go. You had DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and now Lassiter off the board to the Texans. The Cardinals pick is in, so we will wait and see what the Cardinals do. But while we're waiting for that, we have somebody we have to talk to. The amazing Dominic Churosky joins the
show.
Yes! What's going on?
Yes. Steeler Nation is officially in the house.
Absolutely.
Well, we've got 2 of them that are here now, and
we're always out in numbers.
Are you actually going blonde?
Oh, so yeah, we
what is? I'm going gray. You're going blonde. I don't get this.
It was a quarter life crisis type decision. Never done anything drastic with my hair, but I figured why not? Have some fun.
I'm on my way to going just full gray. I'm gonna get to the point where my Fu Manchu, when I have the Fu Manchu, is gonna be white.
Yeah, it's all salt. It's no pepper. It's all salt.
Yes. So that's gonna be a funny look. You see a brother with a white Fu Manchu. So Dom, let's talk some Steelers, man. You guys yesterday got a nice pick in Falatano. Big improvement for your offensive line. Big improvement for your offense. You've made the improvement at the quarterback position through free agency and trade. What is the feeling so far coming here in a day 2?
The feeling right now, at least from where I stand is it's nice that the Steelers feel like they're catching up in just how they are approaching team building. I feel like for a while, and that's with Kevin Colbert being the GM for this team for so long, there kind of is a sense of getting stuck in their ways. I like that there is kind of this new commitment to something new, something fresh, not just going with the status quo. I love all of the moves that have been made this offseason, from completely revamping your quarterback room, which is something I don't think anyone expected from the Steelers this offseason. Then after that, adding some of the pieces that you did, I was happy as long as we got any offensive linemen in the first round. I thought that was something that I was really pushing for. I saw some people mocking, possibly wide receiver or something like that. But with how this team develops and identifies wide receiver talent, I didn't think it was something that they needed to spend a day 1 or day 2 pick on, maybe in the third round here. But I'm still thinking offensive line. The way the board is falling right now, with the run on defensive tackle going and corner, maybe we'll see some of these other offensive linemen drop down. I'm fingers crossed that a guy maybe like Zach Frazier is still sitting there at us for us at 51. We definitely could use a replacement center. But I'm liking the offensive line. We're building through the trenches. I think that's what the best teams do. I'm loving what Omar Khan, as we call him here, the Khan artist. I'm loving what he's putting together thus far.
You have an excellent dynamic that we talk about, a older veteran quarterback who's willing to teach. That's the difference between some. He's willing to teach. You have the young quarterback who, in his previous situation, just wasn't the best situation for him. He wasn't able to flourish. How do you think that dynamic is going to work this year for you guys, especially with people saying they're not sure if Russell Wilson's a surefire starter this year?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I like both of the options a lot. I've been a big Russell Wilson guy. I think he's someone who, the past few years in Denver, I think have skewed people's idea of what Russell Wilson is, and he has been an elite quarterback for the majority of his career, in my opinion. I'm not saying that he's still elite. He's definitely taken a step back, but even taking a step back, Russell Wilson is still a top 15 quarterback in the NFL, which is much better than what you've gotten out of Pittsburgh the past 2 years. So I'm happy there. However, Justin Fields gives you real hope for a future. Like, Russell Wilson's a stopgap, right? It's nice because he's super cheap this year. So I think because he's the veteran, because of how cheap he is, the Steelers will want to get him out there. He's definitely someone who he's going to be a Mike Tomlin guy who will do well in the locker room, his leadership and all that. So they'll definitely want him to be the starter. I think he'll have pole position to begin with, but there's a lot of excitement about Justin Fields. And the fact that Justin Fields, I think it was he made it clear, Justin did, that he wanted to come to Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh Steelers fans, I think there was a common feeling of, okay, we were cool with getting Russell Wilson. We were actually excited to get Justin Fields. And so I think the dynamic is interesting. I think Justin Fields is willing to learn and willing to put in the work, which is good. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to which quarterback gives them the best opportunity to win this year. And if that's Russell Wilson, great. If it's Justin Fields, great. I'm happy seeing either one of them start this year. I genuinely think the Steelers are in a position here where not necessarily you can't go wrong, but anything is better. Like, whatever you put out on the field next year is going to be better than what you've been putting out the past two. And I think that's in a very good position for a team that made it to the playoffs despite having Mitchell Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, and Mason Rudolph all make multiple starts for this team last year.
Guys, I could hog Dom on myself, but I'm not going to do that. Feel free to ask Dom anything you want.
Well, I'll start with the thing that has been on my mind for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
The interior of the Steelers defensive line used to be one of the great strengths historically. We can go back literally 50 plus years, and you had guys like, beyond the Hall of Famers, even guys like Steve Furness, right? Guys who were sort of considered almost second tier would have been better than the starting D tackles on some teams.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we have had some very good players that didn't stick, or they didn't stick with us, I should say. We allowed some of those better D tackles that we've had for whatever reason. I'm not going to criticize openly, but decided not to pay them and let other people pay them. And then we would have other defensive tackles that weren't quite the same quality.
Yeah.
Stick around. Do you think at some point they addressed the position in the draft? And if so, who do you think they might be targeting?
Well, it's interesting. I don't know if they'll target interior defensive line. I think they're really happy with what you got out of Keanu Benton last year. I think he's someone who can kind of fill in that role that was left behind when Stephon Tuitt kind of retired. I think that kind of maybe caught them off guard there, or not necessarily off guard, but it wasn't something that you were expecting to happen so early. As far as this point now, especially with the run on defensive tackles going here in this second round, maybe it's something that they address for depth purposes. But I think right now going into the year, obviously you have Cam Hayward, and despite his age, he's still producing like one of the top 5 or top 10 interior defensive linemen in the NFL. I think you have a good piece next to him in Keanu Benton. And then it's situations, like if guys like Loudermilk and some of the other guys that are depth pieces can take a step forward. I think it's definitely something that you need to address. I don't know if it's something that we'll see addressed today on day 2. But I think that for now, the interior defensive line has some promise. I just don't think it's a pressing need, at least as we stand today.
And I'll open it up after one last question. My other position that has been nagging at me for some time, once again, when the Steelers are at their best, they have at least one true shutdown corner.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at the roster now,
and
while I see players that are solid, proficient, guys who have ability, there's not a single guy I think, oh boy, nobody's going to throw to his side.
Mm-hmm.
You think maybe now, once again, we've gotten past some of the top corners, but because of what happened, there's still some good corners have been pushed down, like Dennis Rakestraw and guys like that. Do you think they may go after a corner if one of those corners continues to slide down?
Absolutely. I think corner is definitely in play, especially if, like I said, some of these guys like TJ Tampa from Iowa State continues to fall. Obviously, a guy like Mike Sandstrill out of Michigan is still on the board. A guy I like a lot is Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky. So there's good pieces on the board. I love Joey Porter Jr. I do agree that getting Dante Jackson in the trade for Deontay Johnson, hard enough to say that trade with the similar names, but adding Dante is a nice piece. I still want someone else in that room just because I like what Joey Porter Jr. showed his rookie year. He's still very handsy. He's someone who's going to have to learn to get his hands off people and trust his coverage. That's something that Patrick Peterson talked about with his release, having a veteran in that room to kind of bring him along. So I think that veteran piece is missing there. I think you could continue to build with youth in the draft for this secondary, which I think is a good idea. There's also some pieces out there in free agency that maybe you look at, but I absolutely expect them to be addressing the corner position sometime tonight.
Your lips to the con artist, the conspiracy theorist, what else can I do with that? The contributor.
I like that one. Contrarian.
Yes, there you go. Yes.
Well, to interrupt this Steeler fest, this Cowboys fan is very happy because Jonathan Brooks was drafted by the Carolina Panthers. He's not coming to Dallas. Thank you. Now, on another turn of hand here, you guys get to go on the road to Philadelphia this year. And Jalen Hurts, he's going to be injured. Kenny Pickett's going to be playing against the Steelers. How bad of a beating are the Steelers going to give him?
Oh goodness, I was going to say the Eagles. That's a game they don't want to play. They don't want to see Kenny Pickett. Listen, I'm a Steeler fan. I had high hopes for Kenny Pickett, and I think two things can be right at the same time. I think the Steelers didn't set Kenny Pickett up for the best amount of success. On the flip side, Kenny Pickett didn't show a ton in the limited opportunities that he got, and also ran away from competition when he was awarded the opportunity. Two things can be right at the same time. If Kenny has issues with how things ended in Pittsburgh, so be it. But listen, no one is happier with the fact that this quarterback room looks completely different now than it did last year. Again, Kenny, nice. You had a couple cool fourth quarter comeback moments here. Outside of that, you didn't really earn anything in Pittsburgh to talk the way you did. So you can enjoy being the backup in Philadelphia. And if you happen to start that game, good luck, because TJ Watt is over there, and that doesn't typically go well for quarterbacks.
Yeah, I was a little mad that the Steelers drafted him because I thought everyone got the memo that there were no first-round quarterbacks in that draft. That's the problem with, we talked about sort of old-fashioned. I think Kevin Colbert, doesn't check emails. Maybe he checks faxes. But yeah, everyone else got the memo. Do not take a quarterback in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
There was three of us on this screen who all said that same thing.
Yep.
There was nobody that should have been picked in round one. I mean, Pickett was the 59th pick, was the only other team where he was rated as a top 2 pick. Yet he goes 20th to the Steelers. That was a bizarre day. I'm sorry. And sorry, you guys may have loved Kenny Pickett for his last season at Pittsburgh, but we saw what he was before that, and he just wasn't it.
Yeah.
We
liked Kenny. Loved is a strong word. We liked Kenny. We wanted him to do well. We'll say that.
And that was the in-state nonsense.
Yes.
That's all it was. Just like Jerry Jones is now very upset in Cowboys land because Jonathan Brooks isn't going to be staying in Texas. Mm-hmm. This is what happened with Kenny Pickett, and that's all it was.
Yeah, the familiarity and the being in the building, all that stuff they talk about, it cuts both ways. You can get what I like to call pick-colored glasses also sometimes. Mm-hmm. And he was a case of bad case of pick-colored glasses. They sort of got a little too familiar with him and couldn't see him objectively. I watched a lot of Kenny Pickett film, especially when I started hearing rumblings that the Steelers might be interested. And all I could say to myself was, this guy is probably a high-end backup throughout his career. He has a chance to be one of those, hey, that guy didn't look bad when he started for 3 or 4 games kind of guys. Hey, you don't get too nervous, too nauseous if you have to run him out there. But nothing about him said, this guy's going to be a top-flight starter in the NFL. Nothing.
He was surviving based upon the play of Addison at the wide receiver position. Addison was making catches that were unbelievable for Kenny Pickett. And this is the thing that I keep pointing out to everybody in NFL land, is that the quarterback isn't the goal. He's not the only thing out there. Yep. It was the receiver that made Kenny Pickett.
Kenny had that one nice run, though, where he faked the slide, and it looked really cool, though.
Oh, yeah.
He faked the slide, yeah.
Yeah, and that's now gone.
Yeah, they got rid of that. He changed the game. Changed the game. Kenny Pickett, game changer.
The game.
Yeah.
Right. Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a.k.a. Lou Alcindor in college. It's like, we got to change the rules, like they had to do later for Mel Blount, right?
Yeah.
He now gets to be in that list. But,
well, he could fairly say I left Pittsburgh as a winning quarterback.
That is true. That is true.
There you have it. There
Talk about two things being true at once.
Exactly. Would that be a nightmare, though, if Kenny Pickett does start for the Eagles against the Steelers and gets the W against the Steelers? That would just be awful.
let's not bring up nightmares. Okay, let's not bring up nightmares. I do want to ask if you all don't mind, or I would say take this moment. Because as you all know, like me, the reason why I have not been as active with NBS is because I work here now in Atlanta with 90 Surround the Game Sports Radio. And being here in Atlanta, I would be remiss to not bring up the Michael Penix selection.
We were just talking about this to start the show. Go ahead, Ed.
Yep.
And there's a number of different ways that I've tried to look at this. I've tried because and every time I hear the organization talk, it makes less sense, which is a bad sign in my opinion. They talk about trying to have the whole the Jordan Love model and the Patrick Mahomes Kansas City Chiefs model, and I keep on having to remind people the Kansas City Chiefs, when they did that, were a good team. The Green Bay Packers, when they did that, were a good team. They had earned the right to a luxury pick. The Falcons have not made it to the playoffs in the past 6 years. You don't have that luxury to spend, which is honestly something they've been doing the past couple years, is spending these things on icing and you have no cake.
Right.
You signed Kirk Cousins to a $130 million contract. $100 million fully guaranteed. He's going to be your starting quarterback for at least the next 2 years. What you just did was drafted a player who, if everything goes right, will not see the field until 2026, 27.
Yes.
And by the way,
he will be 27 at that point.
Yeah, who, by the way, will be nearing 30 at that point. So
But I do say because the number of starting quarterbacks that go out every year is as big as it is. Mm-hmm. There is your guarantee that Kyle Pitts and Drake London still have a quarterback that can get them the damn football if Cousins goes down.
That is true. That is true.
We'll take a different approach to this. So let's try this. Bill, you get to be the skeptical analysis of this. I will be the positive analysis. So by all means, go for it.
Look, as a deliverer of footballs, especially deep down the field, I really like Michael Penix. But there's some obvious in-your-face problems here, and one of them was mentioned. When you talk about the Jordan Love situation, that was a guy who was a redshirt junior, a fourth-year player, so essentially like a senior. But he was less than 22 years old on the day he was drafted and was a little over 22 when he shows up to camp as a rookie. Mahomes, I think, had not yet turned 22 either. He was a true junior. So I think he was 21 in 6 or 7 months or something when he shows up to camp. So he turns 22, I think, during his rookie year. People may make certain things about Penix's age and, of course, injury history. But the main thing is I wouldn't be bothered so much if he was going to be starting right away or close to right away. But as was just mentioned, in the scenario, as it is likely to play out, for at least 2 years he's sitting. So when you go after an older player in terms of a rookie, an older rookie, who also has had a rather checkered injury past, and you sit him behind an older quarterback who also has at least a recent checkered injury past, even your sole, hey, we're making sure that we're going to be safe if something happens, doesn't feel as safe if something happens because you're getting a guy who has had 4 season-ending injuries in his 6 years of college. So even then, if this guy is supposed to be your insurance policy, you didn't pay your premiums on your insurance policy. So many things about this, there's at least one thing wrong with the thing that you're doing, and sometimes multiple things wrong. And once again, I say this as one of the bigger Michael Penix fans out there. The reason I didn't project him there was because of all the things I just said. Like, it just doesn't make a lot of logical sense. If they had gone super young at the quarterback position, a guy that wasn't ready and needed to sit for a few years, I'd be like, yeah, there you go. That's smart. That guy's going to take almost 3 years to be ready anyway.
J.J. McCarthy, who's only 20 years old.
Yes, but instead they went with the oldest. There's only one of the oldest quarterback prospects in the whole draft class. And once again, the one with the scariest injury history. So I don't get the fit as much as I like the player. So yes, skeptical. Thank you, Jeff. That's exactly the right term. I am extremely skeptical of the thought process that went into that selection. I now yield the rest of my time to the gentleman from the great state of Florida.
So I'm going to give you the positive analysis of this. You, the Atlanta Falcons, have not had a quarterback for several years now since Matt Ryan got old. Okay. Not Matt Ryan left, he got old. Okay. So now you have two options. You have your current option, the guy who you just paid $100 guaranteed million to, who's going to be able to lead this team to the playoffs and possibly something more. Meanwhile, you have your future in-house who's going to learn and be able to take over and hit the ground running just like that. Now, we were talking about age, and yes, age is a factor, especially for guys that are mobile quarterbacks. This guy throws the ball on schedule. He throws from the pocket. He does all of those things. He is not going to age as fast at quarterback. So I think what you're going to look at is a guy who's going to be experienced by the time he takes over, who's going to have some stretches where he may have to play behind an aging quarterback who may miss a couple of games here and there due to injury or certain other things. So I think, yes, it is a rich pick taking it at 8. However, if things go the way the plan is going, the way they see this roster, you would have been picking anywhere near 8 for the next 2 or 3 years when it's time to move on from this quarterback that you're paying $100 million to. So while you see the logic that they're saying, it's hard to see from a scout's point of view like ours, because we're always taught value for the pick, and the value wasn't there at 8 when you look at what they could accomplish. But in their minds, they had to get this player because they don't know if they would see this player when it's time for them to pick a player like that again.
Here's my one question. Who's going to rush the passer and who's going to start alongside AJ Terrell?
You don't need to worry about rushing a passer. Stop thinking about this edge nonsense all the time. You got to stop the damn running game. That's how you win football games. Don't you watch the Cowboys? They don't know how to stop the damn run.
Hey, listen. I see again, and this and my ire is not with Michael Penix Jr. I want that to be very clear. I love Michael Penix Jr. as a player. I have no problem with the Falcons selecting him. I don't even have a problem with the Falcons selecting him at 8. I have a problem with selecting him at 8 after you paid Kirk Cousins $100 million. Because if this was the answer, like if you, and I can't believe that Terry Fontenot and Raheem Morris just found out that they were going to take Michael Penix Jr. last night. I don't believe that they figured that out last night. This is something that you've probably known you were going to do for some time. If that was the case, why give this money to Kirk Cousins? Draft Michael Penix, let him be your starter, and spend that money to address a position at the edge that you haven't had a consistent starter at since Jonathan Abrams was here. So
because Fontenot and Morris were the guys that went after Kirk Cousins. They wanted Kirk Cousins. Arthur Blank, the owner, who came out yesterday before the draft and said, "Hey, we're looking at that quarterback."
Yeah.
This was an ownership decision. It was Blank's decision. He's the guy who writes the checks. He takes the blame. That's it.
Yeah. But again, it goes against what the narrative had been here, which is this is win now. Like the narrative, at least from what we have been hearing here, especially locally, is that like Arthur Blank is tired of waiting. He's tired. Like he knows he knows that he doesn't have a whole bunch more time or another crack at the egg of trying to get this team to.
But that's where he signed Penix. That's where he drafts Penix because he was worried about Cousins going down with another injury.
But most importantly, they believe this team is built to win now with Cousins at quarterback. So they believe with Kirk Cousins, they are a contender, and Michael Penix will extend that contender status when they move on from Kirk Cousins. That is their belief right now. They believe they can find the corners, the rushers in these rounds today. And so far, let's see. They've added an interior pass rusher in Ruke Aurora. They'll be back again, drafting again soon. Well, not in this round, but next round. So, they're going to be drafting quite a few guys. So they believe they're going to find what they're looking for in these rounds. And plus, there's still a lot of guys out there on the market. As we saw this year, we had the early wave of free agency, and then it quieted down. Everybody's going to fill in their rookies, and then it comes back to free agency and fill in with more veterans. So this is not a process that's over by far.
Oh, of course.
But I understand what their thinking is. I don't know if I'm thinking that just yet. I'm thinking that I have a better football team than I had last year. But, and we know Kirk Cousins is upset about it because he's like, he feels blindsided. But there's another guy in that quarterback room that's got to be even more upset than both of them. His name is Desmond Ridder.
I said they moved on from Desmond. He's
in Arizona.
He's in Arizona.
He is in Arizona. You're right. I forgot how quietly they dispatched Desmond Ridder.
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's what happens when you just trot out your third round pick and don't give him any preseason matches. You just feel like, no, my system's better and my system can work no matter who the quarterback is. That was the eventual downfall of Arthur Smith, quite honestly.
The Arthur Smith downfall is the fact that he decided to use the running backs only. And just, I mean, my God, you got Drake London and Kyle Pitts. All you have to do is set them up there on a screen. That's all you had to do. Little screen passes, let them go. None. There was none of that nonsense.
No, he wants the third string and fourth string tight end throwing the ball to each other in the red zone.
Yeah, it was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, my one beef with Arthur Smith is you had all those offensive weapons and you couldn't figure out how to create matchups with them. He was able to do certain things when he got the running back, but you had a tight end that was an X factor. You could have lined up wide. You could have motioned him around a formation and created matchups, and he did none of it. Kyle Pitts stood around and stood in position and did barely anything. And I did not understand that. He's a matchup nightmare. Everybody in the system knows how to move tight ends around and create matchups. He's the only one that did.
Your Pittsburgh Steelers just drafted Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you saw me do my fist pump there, that's what that was for.
Oh yeah. Well, this has been the great round we were talking about yesterday.
This is the year to be loaded up in the second round. This is the year to have like 3 second-round draft picks if you can somehow arrange it. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, the DTs have just been flying off the board. They've just been flying off.
Well, they fell out of round one, so they're extra loaded right now.
Yep. Yeah. The Falcons started that run. They traded up for Rook, and it just has been interior defensive lineman central.
Yep.
All right. So now the damn Steelers once again in round 2 have taken another player that the Cowboys wanted and needed, according to me anyway. Last year you got Keanu Benton, the guy that actually understood how to finish, unlike Mozzie Smith, the guy
Mozzie Smith,
I was so mad with that pick.
Listen, I like what Omar Khan is doing. This is another example of getting a guy that some people thought could go in the first and letting them fall to you. You know, we did this last year with Joey Porter Jr. A lot of people thought that was going to be our first round pick. We ended up taking him with the first selection in day 2. Yep. Omar Khan is seeing the board very well, and he's identifying good value, getting good talent. I'm very, very excited this is the most excited I've been on a team in a while, heading into a season for the Pittsburgh Steelers in a while.
Sorry, producers sending notes. Go for it.
I was going to say, what I think you're really seeing, and Donnie Mitchell-Funding comes off the board. What you're seeing revealed here is that disconnect between hype and reality also. Now, obviously, the quarterback's being pushed up the board, but that's now a tradition, unlike any other. I'm used to it now. I used to get very upset by quarterbacks being overdrafted. Now I've reached a Zen-like calm. Okay, it just happened. But beyond that, you're now seeing the difference between what the NFL prizes and thinks of players and what, the media and all the other things think of players. So there was all this late talk about Mitchell being a guy that might go in the middle of the first, that I thought was nuts. And now you see where he really goes and what the NFL really thinks of him. And I'm not saying he's not. I think he's got some similarities to guys like Braylon Edwards and guys like that. But the good news is that he's now in a situation where people have realistic expectations of who and what he is.
Well, Dom, tell them if they're in the Atlanta area, right? Because they can't get you any other way, right?
Yeah, no, you guys can catch me anywhere. Like I said, I am here based in Atlanta, but I can talk about just about anything, man.
No, I'm talking about when you're doing your radio shows. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We're like I said, I'm here 92.9 The Game. You can also catch me at Dom UR Live. That's my Twitter social media follow. That's DOMUR and then live. Yeah, man. Like I said, we can talk on 92.9 The Game sometimes. Like I said, I'm usually behind the boards working and stuff like that, but you'll get a chance to hear me on mic every once in a while and talk some local stuff as well as national media and whatnot. So super excited to be back. Like I said, definitely look to be more active moving forward with you all. It was very, very good to be back home.
Can you send a message out to Monty that Trae Young and DeJounte Murray aren't the best basketball players in the NBA?
Listen, we've got. That's another franchise that's made some questionable decisions that has a very big offseason.
Yep.
Very big offseason coming.
So I'm going to reverse the roles on you, Dom. Since you're at work, and usually the talent's on the air, and you're talking from behind the scenes.
Yes.
I'm doing that to you right now. So there you go. Now I'm reversing the roles on you. So when you're back behind the scenes talking to them, you're like, yeah, I got to be on the other side of that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I appreciate it.
There you go. Dom Churosky, everybody. Thanks again, Dom, for coming back, man. I miss having you around, man.
Yeah,
absolutely. Anytime.
The people's champion.
Listen, moving the chains during the season, brother. You got to come on, man. Make some things, some fun.
Absolutely. Most definitely. Like I said, I'm definitely going to be more active.
All right. We're going to hold you to that. Ashby is watching. She's going to hold you to that.
Please do.
Once again, Dom Churosky, everybody. So we are finally going to take our first break. For all of those that are waiting to go to the bathroom, yes, we're going to do just that. So
this is your moment.
We're going to get a break, pay some bills. We'll come back. We'll recap the latest picks, and we'll have more guests coming your way here on Team NBS. We're talking draft here on Team NBS Day 2. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the 2024 NFL Draft Reaction Show, brought to you by Team NBS Media. Reactions and analysis of every draft pick from the first to the last. Now let's join our host Ashmir Prasad, along with our draft analysts Jeff Barnes and Bill Carroll.
In 2006, we founded Yeti Coolers with a simple mission: build the cooler we use every day if it existed. One that was built for the serious outdoor enthusiasts rather than for mass discount retailers. One that could take the abuse, we knew we'd put it through, out in the field and on the water. One that simply wouldn't break. We decided early on that production innovation would come from necessity and first-hand experience, not from market research and data analysis. Today, Yeti products perform when it matters most. Whether that be an excursion into the remote Alaskan wilderness, chasing redfish on the Gold Coast, or just getting together with friends in the backyard, we make gear that helps you stay out longer, travel farther, and live harder. Hashtag built for the wild.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. Rich Kid Clothing, picking up where Fubu, Rockaware, and Carl Kanai left off. Rich Kid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
So we talk about stacks. So you hear me say stack all the time. Well, here's a prime example of some stacks. So let's look at the receiver position, right? So we have, we have a stack at the top, technically, because you have the highest player on my board is Marvin Harrison. Then you have two receivers here that are Dunze and Neighbors, who are very close in grade together. They're literally 1 point apart. And then after that, you see, look at the cluster here, and a whole cluster of wide receivers in this range here. So these are what we would call a stack, right? The players that they're not far apart in grade, they're very similar, and what you get is a cluster of them together on your board. And what happens is the stacks you want to try and avoid if you can. Being if you're a guy that wants to get drafted, you're a prospect, you don't want to be caught in stacks like this, because what happens is you're either going to get pulled up or pushed down. And I'm going to explain that for you. Okay, so you're in a situation where, once again, we're in a range where this group of talent is on the board. Look at the various clusters in this range of draft picks. So this range of prospects. So you have a lot of different stacks, a lot of different positions here. So if there's a run on a certain position, so we have a bunch of clusters here. So let's say we have a run on tackles. We have a bunch of tackles here. So about 3 or 4 tackles go in about 5 pick range, right? And then you turn around, we start to do the same thing. We get a couple of running backs coming off, a couple of defensive ends coming off, a couple of tight ends coming off. These receivers now, this stack of receivers is getting pushed down. And what's happening is if you're in the bottom of the stack, you're getting pushed down to the point where you can be pushed out of the draft, because they're going to keep pulling from everybody that's above you, and that just keeps pushing you down the board, because now you're waiting and waiting and waiting for your name to get called. So stacks are important because it shows how a bunch of players who are close together in grade, but what's happening is if you're not able to break this trend, if they're pulling from other positions, you're getting pushed down the board. The good thing about a stack is if there's a run on that position, a lot of teams need it and they're drafting a lot of that position, you're getting pushed up. As more and more of these guys come off, the better chance you get of getting called next. So one of the
Welcome to the 2024 NFL Draft Reaction Show, brought to you by Team NBS Media. Reactions and analysis of every draft pick from the first to the last. Let's join Bill and Jeff.
So we're back, right? So we've had a bunch. The beautiful thing about day 2, day 3, and even tomorrow, we're not going to be waiting for each pick to get called. We're going to start, by the time we start talking about something, there's going to be 2 or 3 guys called. So let's talk about the run we had while we had our guests on, the players that came in, and we'll get some analysis of that. The Raiders take Jackson Powers Johnson off the board.
Great.
First linebacker of the day, Edgerrin Cooper, comes off the board to Green Bay.
Great.
First running back, Jonathan Brooks to Carolina. First safety, Tyler Nubin to the Giants. Another D tackle, Mason Smith, LSU to Jacksonville, followed by Chris Jenkins, right, to Cincinnati. Cornerback, Sandstrom off the board to Washington. Zach Frazier, another interior lineman coming off the board, goes to Pittsburgh. Adonai Mitchell finally comes off the board to, of course, the Indianapolis Colts. And we have a tight end. Our second tight end of the draft comes off. Ben Sinnott goes to Washington. So the Browns pick is in. They haven't announced it just yet. This run, we've talked about a lot of guys. There's going to be the run of defensive players. We saw the run of D tackles still in vogue. They're coming off. The cornerbacks still coming off the board after being pushed off the round one board. Let's talk about this last group of picks.
Well, a lot of good players just got selected. The culture change in Oakland, if you didn't buy into it now, it's very clear. They are adding players that, well, first of all, each of those players were the number one player I had rated at their position. The number one center that I have in this draft class is Jack Johnson, the number one tight end that the entire planet had rated in Brock Bowers. So they have two players that are the best at their position, in my opinion, in the draft class. So that's one thing. They're going after guys who are the creme de la creme, the best. Two, they're going after guys that are known for having leadership potential, or just potential. I mean, guys that were leaders on their teams. Jackson Powers Johnson was the leader of the offensive line group at Oregon, and Brock Bowers, even in his freshman year, you heard people talking about how he was one of those guys that was showing leadership, and by the time he was a sophomore, he was a vocal leader on the team. So they're moving in a direction towards guys who have physical ability. Both those guys are extremely physically impressive, but also strong mentally and guys with leadership. They are building a different kind of organization in Las Vegas. I may have said Oakland earlier. I knew at some point I'd do it, but I actually know they are in Las Vegas. But in my defense, they're going to look more like the Oakland Raiders than they have like the Las Vegas Raiders recently. They're going to look like those old Oakland Raiders in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. I like the moves that they're making. And it makes sense. We're talking about a defensive-minded coach, wants to get tougher, wants to improve that front. They were very finesse before that. They made some bad choices. We saw the Cleveland Carroll pick didn't work out for them, as many of us suspected. So
John Abram didn't exactly pan out either.
No, not at all. So
and Michael Hall just became the 7th defensive tackle picked in this round.
There you go.
So I had the position right for the Browns. I just didn't get the player right because I had Devondre Sweat in our mock palooza there.
Yep.
Yeah, well, the Dolphins pick is in. Your Cowboys are on the clock, Greg.
And I'm praying that Peyton Wilson is the linebacker that the Cowboys select because Jonathan Brooks is gone. I'm so happy that the ACL guy is not coming to Dallas. I'm sorry. I've just had enough of the ACL injuries, Bill.
You know what your luck would be, Greg? You're excited that he's not there. You don't have to worry about him rehabbing and coming back and going through all that. And the first time he faces Dallas, he runs for 150 and 3 TDs.
Oh, no, he's going to get 200. Because the Cowboys don't know how to stop the damn run.
So we projected Adonai Mitchell, late first, early second. Well, he goes mid-second to Indianapolis.
Probably a better place for him. A lot of what we saw, once again, the guy's never been the best receiver any place he's been in college. To expect him to suddenly become a number one in the NFL, to me, always seemed nonsensical. This is a better spot for him. You've already got in Pittman Jr. an established number one. It just makes more sense. He can become that number two. They've got a nice crew, actually. I mean, look at that receiving group they've got there. I like everybody, actually. in that receiving group. They still need a real tight end. At one point, I projected Bowers to them, or but the point is that the rest of that group, the rest of that offensive group, at quarterback, running back, and wide receiver, are all big, strong, and fast. Right? They like athletes. I mean, that's one thing you could say. They like athletes. They are the most RAS intensive. Shout out to my friend Kent Lee Platt and the relative athletic score. No team cares more about RAS, the relative athletic score, than the Colts do. They love it.
Well, the Dolphins pick is tackle Patrick Paul. So they go offensive tackle. Shout out to Reggie McKenzie there in Miami.
And shout out to Chris Paul.
Yeah.
His quote-unquote little brother is now also a professional athlete.
Oh, look, it's the war room of all war rooms. It's JJ and Steven just got off the damn phone. Oh, no, not again.
So,
Greg, who do you think it is?
I want Peyton Wilson. That's my guy that I want. I need a linebacker.
He was my top inside backer in this draft. So my top Mike backer. So listen, I think he'll be a great fit. You lose Van Der Esch. You have a bunch of younger linebackers. Overshown's coming off the knee injury. Other kid from LSU.
What's that? He's coming off another injury.
Yeah, and
he's in Cowboy land, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, he got hurt in Cowboy land, to be fair. So
yeah.
So for sure, it would be interesting. It's a need to me. You need the linebacker help. This way, you're not playing as many safeties at linebacker again this year. I'm pretty sure Mike Zimmer is going to get me some bigger linebackers.
Marquise Bell is going to be a real safety this year. He's not going to be the number one linebacker for the Cowboys.
He should be. Well, they still have 4 minutes left. They're still discussing things. I don't see Will McClay passing a phone around, so it looks like they haven't made a pick yet.
This makes me nervous. Not again.
So, yeah. Oh, no, looks like I think they're entertaining a trade. To be honest with you, when I see Stephen Jones picking up that phone that much, that's usually a sign that they're about to trade.
And that's what I said. And they're now down to 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. So I think they're entertaining the trade offers because when they're making the call, Will McClay's the guy that makes the call in that war room to the prospect. So when I see Stephen Jones picking the phone back up, and he's usually getting the trade offers. And so I think Cowboys Nation's about to see another trade.
Yep.
This better give the Cowboys a 4th round draft pick then.
Well, hopefully they're not trading out of 2. I don't think you need to trade out of 2. I think you need to stay where you're at, back up a couple of spots, but don't trade out of 2. That would be a mistake in my opinion. It's just too much.
Exactly. No, I'm not talking about getting that around 2. I'm just saying that they have to get that 4th round pick back.
Yeah. Well, I think you made up for it by getting the extra 3. So,
but I need something to talk about in every single round of the draft and the Cowboys.
So my highest rated players still available are Braylon Trice and Troy Franklin are my personally highest rated players still available.
Both positions in need, right? You lose Michael Gallup, you can use another receiver.
We got Jalen Tolbert and other young kids there. No, we're good.
They made the pick. Believe it or not, they stood in there and made the pick. I guess the offers weren't good enough. So, they made the pick. So we'll find out. Yep. Looks like they got to start passing the phone around. Will McClay's making a call. Yeah. And according to the app, the pick is in. So TV's a little behind.
Yep.
So we'll find out who they picked in a minute. But yes, that would be great for them to get Peyton Wilson. Yes, Troy Franklin makes sense. You do need, extra help at wide receiver. You do need pass rush. You did lose them pass rush.
I've got lots of younger wide receivers in this draft who are still available. I don't need a damn receiver. I need the linebacker.
you had a pass rusher that didn't play last year that you drafted in Brandon Fehoko. All right, so
yeah.
I think that's the second. I think that's the second swing and a miss on a Fehoko for the Cowboys. So maybe it's time you start to get more of the guys that are actually going to play for you. So Trice will be a good pick. I think so. But that D tackle that you've been looking for, there's still some left.
There's some good ones left. True.
Yeah. So,
but that's what I was hoping for later in round 3.
Now, Greg, if it is a linebacker, but if it's, say, Jeremiah Trotter instead of Wilson, we'd be okay.
I'll be just as happy because what I saw Trotter do to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish was beautiful.
Well, they're still about to make their pick, so we'll keep going. After this, Tampa Bay is on the clock. So it'll be the Buccaneers, the Packers, the Texans, Bills, Lions.
Yep.
When I look at those teams, offensive line, defensive line, offensive line, all 5 with some need on the line of scrimmage. All of those positions have been picked over last night and tonight. So now you're starting to get to more of those guys. When we talk about offensive line and tackle, well, we started to mention it last night. There's a Yale tackle on the board that a lot of people like. Do you finally take a Ivy League guy this early? I think this would be higher than anywhere in this range would be higher than who's the Columbia defensive end again? That dude.
Hold on. Oh, you're talking about Marcellus Wiley?
Thank you. Marcellus Wiley. Yeah, this would be higher than Wiley, would it not?
Yeah.
I mean, there have been, now you have to go back a ways, but there have been first rounders that have come from the Ivy League.
Yeah, but we're not talking the no face mask thing. We're talking the.
Well, wait a second. You have to go back. You don't have to go back quite that far. I'd like to remind you that there were some guys that almost won the Heisman that came out of the Ivy League. Shout out to, you may know him as an actor, but I remember as a running back, like Ed Marinero. I mean, there have been some decent players that come out of the Ivy. But
and I still have Kieran Amagaje going to the Chiefs at the end of this round. That
would be a perfect landing spot for him. Well done.
That was in Mockpalooza.
Yeah, that's actually a great landing spot for him.
He's definitely not going to Dallas because we know Wilt McClay loves Power 5 guys. He doesn't really draft non-Power 5 guys like that. So I don't think he's on the menu. But I think he'd be a great fit for Tampa Bay. I think he'd be a great fit for several others.
Those were wondering, Ed Marinero was the 50th selection, the 50th pick overall back in 71.
Yeah. Oh, no. Marshawn Neeland.
So it was a pass.
Well, it made sense, right? We talked about it. You lose 2 pass rushers. Okay, both to Washington. You're going to see those 2 guys twice. Okay, all right. Some of your younger ones just haven't really panned out, right?
Well, Fehoko was hurt last year, so I mean, we don't know what he can do.
Yeah. And Golston has been better inside than he is outside, right? So
the Cowboys have always done this with this positional value crap.
Yeah.
Play a guy inside or outside and leave him there. Don't shift these kids around like that. It's ridiculous because Golston was a wrestler. He understands leverage on the inside.
Right.
That's where he belongs.
Yeah, the only problem with him, I think he's 259.
Well, he's up to 268.
Yeah, he's a little heavier.
Yeah.
So. Well, they go heavy here, right? So he's a guy that's going to set the edge in Neeland. All right, he's going to hold up. I think when you look at Neeland, though, does he have the consistent burst? Right.
I don't care about him rushing the passer. I don't care about them rushing the passer. I want these guys to set the damn edge and stop the bloody run. That's what I want. Guys who know how to stop the run because guess what? Our big guy from Penn State, he doesn't understand how to stop the damn run because he doesn't have his eyes in the right place when the ball is snapped.
here's the good news. I don't know if this will, solve everything for you, Greg, but he's got length and strength.
Yes.
He is a guy who I think will be able to consistently set the edge. I don't think he'll ever be more than about a 7-ish, 7.5, maybe even 8 on a good year kind of pass rush guy. I think he's more like a 5.5 to 8.
Oh, no, see, Bill, this is my whole argument. I don't care about quarterback sacks. I don't care about them. I want pressure on a quarterback, and I want to stop the damn run. That's what I want.
Well, he's going to give you the production that you got from Armstrong.
Right. The good news is he's good against the run. If that's
a better run defender than Armstrong.
Right, he's a good run defender. Yeah. Aww.
Greg, you're not getting the love from the room.
No, well, that's a Commanders guy there. I know, and he's also from that school up north, which this year we did not take either one in the first 2 rounds. Thank you.
And so Braswell just goes off the board.
Yeah.
I don't dislike Braswell, but if you're taking Braswell over, in my opinion, over Braylon Trice, that shows 2 things. One is you probably are looking at it with sort of those Crimson Tide colored glasses, because Trice was more productive, more versatile, and I would say a guy that showed me more pass rush potential. Braswell feels like the other guy. I think that his ceiling is being, we talked about the Anthony Spencer, the other guy, the one that's sort of balancing out.
Braswell has something that Braden Trice doesn't have, and that's the bend.
Okay,
I'll doesn't bend.
I'll give you that. I don't think that bend will ever quite get you what you're thinking he might get you, because he doesn't even know how to finish.
Yep.
Braylon Trice may not be the bendiest, he may not be the fastest, but guess what? Neither was Terrell Suggs.
That's right. And this is the thing that we can go against the SEC guys against all the time. They get the rose-colored lenses by these teams all the time. And the Philadelphia Eagles are going to suffer for it.
So the defensive board's taking a hit. We see some offensive players come off the board, and they go right back to defense.
And rightly so. There's a lot of really good defensive players just staring you in the face.
And we said it would even out, so we're starting to see the evening out. Round 1 was heavy offense. We're starting to see some of the evening out with the defense.
Yep.
But I guess because we really did pick the board over. We were really picking it over at offensive tackle. We really picked it over at wide receiver and quarterback, right? So we're talking about the next wave of quarterbacks. Obviously, it's not going to happen in round 2.
No.
Do we see that in about an hour when we get into round 3?
Okay.
Do we see that tomorrow when we kick off day 3?
I think we see a couple of them go off in round 3.
Right. My prediction is it won't be a wave. I think it'll be 1s and 2s, then a nice little gap, and then another 1 or 2. And then when we get into, Brock Purdy land or whatever, there'll be 1 or 2 developmental guys that go super late. When someone just sort of rolls the dice on them, like Joe Milton or whatever, where, once again, I know there was some crazy talk at some point about Milton being a 2nd or a 3rd rounder. But once again, most NFL teams, you throw that caveat, are not affected by height. Most. And so when someone starts hyping up a player, and a lot of this stuff late in the game comes from agents and things like that anyway, but when a guy doesn't know where a football is going when it leaves his hands, that's not something that NFL teams normally like. So I don't think he goes I don't think he goes today. I think Milton is somewhere on day 3. Rattler has an outside shot to me to go somewhere here today. I think he and Pratt have an outside shot, and then day 3 maybe Leary, Milton perhaps have a shot to go somewhere maybe late or middle day 3.
Rattler and Pratt seem to be the only two that would be going in round 3 to me.
Right. And then, maybe a guy like Keaton Slovis or somebody like that might be one of those, dart throw guys right at the very, very tail end. Or somebody else like that could be a dart throw guy at the very, very, very tail end of round 7 or something like that. But I think that
he could be the guy that upsets Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. Because, you don't draft a quarterback if you got Aaron. You don't draft any quarterback if you got Aaron. And the Jets have the last 2 picks of this draft.
Right. There you go. Yeah, so that's why I think I think we see dribs and drabs. I don't think we see, a wave of quarterbacks. I think we see a couple and then a big old gap, then a couple more, and then maybe 1 or 2 very late. Who are those, like I said, so those guys who say, okay, this guy's one quality that I like, and maybe he develops.
So we picked over the cornerback position. The safeties haven't been flying off. We're getting to start a little.
I think Kalen Woodlook gets called in about another round or something like that. But yeah, there's gonna be a couple more.
We've seen a couple. We've seen some
Cole
centers.
Bishop
We've seen a couple of guards.
Yep.
Yeah, Cole Bishop should be going in this territory.
Yep.
Actually, no, we haven't really seen too many guards.
Right.
I think everybody had Cooper Beebe up there way too high on their boards. I'm sorry. Cooper Beebe was not the end-all and be-all of guards that I had so many people saying that he is and all that other jazz. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. I didn't see that out of him.
So we saw Ben Sinnott go off the board. Are you shocked he went before Eric All?
No. I mean, All's another injury guy that, teams evaluate injury differently. But if he had been fully healthy throughout the pre-draft process, it would have been closer. But I have both Theo Johnson and Ben Sinnott ahead of him. So I think he probably goes, I'm projecting mid-4th to early 4th round for him. He could even slide a little bit lower than that, but I think he's a tomorrow guy.
And all those guys down in the Cowboys draft room and all their draft shows and all that jazz talking about Sanders, I'm sorry, I didn't see Sanders going ahead of Sinnott either.
No.
Yeah.
But he's going to go, I think, somewhere in the next 20 or so picks. Though.
Yeah.
There's a nice safety coming off the board from Georgia. Bullard comes off the board right now, too.
Get ready for the run on safeties, Jeff. Bishop's
and here's Blake Fisher off the board to the Texans.
So that was my 87th pick in Mockapalooza. Blake Fisher.
Well, unfortunately, the best laid plans often go awry, Greg.
This
tackle board is being picked over like a Thanksgiving turkey, right? So there's going to be a lot of project tackles going tomorrow because they will have picked up every guy that can compete for a starting job by the time we get to mid-round 3.
Yep.
And Blake Fisher could be going to the left side on the Texans roster as well. Because, yes, he was the right tackle for the Fighting Irish, but he was a left tackle before that. Yep.
And I think that helps him, right? We talk about one of the things that helps people is position flexibility. So the ability to play both sides. I know some people were even talking about kicking him inside at one point, but I think he can stay at right tackle. I think he can stay. If you want to be at left tackle, he can do that too. But I think that'll be the best thing for him is going out there playing tackle, continuing to play well. He improved from when he first started playing tackle at Notre Dame. It was a little bit of a rough experience for him that first year, the Toledo game when he
had maturity issues.
Yeah. So they had some rough patches with him early, but with him and Alt together, we made a formidable tandem, and they did a great job this year. See, Houston's just continuing to get better.
They are.
I mean, we're really digging into certain positions on the board. We really have only scratched the surface at running back.
Well, we
almost got around 2. So, I mean, that makes sense, right? I only had 2 backs with a second-round grade, and they were just barely second-round grades. One is gone. So,
and because of where he went This is not the lowest that a running back has ever been taken in the draft.
No.
And the records will be broken. Like, we'll see this consistently, Greg, as if we live long enough, we'll probably live to see a time when no running back goes off in the first 100 picks.
That'll be very, very shocking for both of us, Bill, at our age. That just doesn't make any sense. But it could happen.
The game is changing.
Yep.
It's changing before our very eyes.
So the picks are going to get rapid fire pretty soon. Plus the comp picks start next round. So a little extra on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th rounds with the comp picks. So those rounds are going to be a little bit longer. It's not just going to be the standard 32 after this round ends. So that's fun because then all the real movement starts happening. Everybody that has those compensatory picks starts packaging up to move up the board, move down the board, get the guy they really want. Bill, who are some of your favorite players still on the board right now?
Well, some of my favorite, now that Cole Bishop just left the board, he's off that list. But I mentioned Ennis Rakestraw earlier. We talked about the other tight end, probably the next tight end off the board in Tavian Saunders. That's a guy that I think has a chance to be a really good player pretty early in his career. Troy Franklin, I think, is the highest rated player still on the board. Let me double check. So that's a player.
No, Franklin, I saw. No, he's still there.
He's still there.
Unless he just got picked, he's still there. Those are all players that I think have a chance to make an early impact in their NFL careers, once they land wherever it is they land. I think that at some point, Leonard Taylor III goes off probably the next 20, 25 picks as well. That's another guy that has a fair amount of upside. Cameron Kinchins is one of those guys going to split a lot of draft rooms because his tape looks pretty good, but his physical testing was historically bad at his position. So it'll take somebody with real conviction, right? Somebody who's very, very convinced of what they saw. Another safety who I think goes off the board in the next 20, 25 picks is Kalen Bullock. I don't think he makes it out of the 3rd. I think, somewhere maybe early 3rd, he's probably off the board. Since there's been this crazy run on tackles, I think at some point Kingsley Suamataia has a chance to go in the next maybe 20, 25 picks. Now, in a normal draft year, he might have been a late 3rd rounder, but he might be pushed up to the mid 3rd or possibly into the 2nd, but I think he makes it to the 3rd. Trey Benson's going to go off the board, I think, in the next, I would say, 20, 25 picks as well. Let me see. Who else is up? The aforementioned Jeremiah Trotter, right? We talked about him when the Cowboys pick was coming up.
And Peyton Wilson is still out there as well.
Yep. I like Chris Abrams-Drain a great deal.
Yep.
Probably ends up playing nickel, but I think he can play outside as well. Roman Wilson, right? Who was another guy that did some. Rakestraw just left the board. Okay. But Roman Wilson was a guy that got some of that late, quote unquote, buzz, but what I'll call hype about being a late 1st rounder, which I never bought into. But he's a good player. TJ Tampa, Bucky Irving.
TJ Tampa is interesting the way that he fell in this whole situation.
Well, I think once again, it's another one of those things where people talk about like balancing what a guy is physically with what a guy is on tape, with how a guy fits schematically with what team.
Yep.
So some guys were born in the wrong era, correct? So that can work against you, right? If you are a certain kind of player, I told an Evan Williams story during the mock draft Palooza. They literally pulled him aside first day of practices at Cedar Bowl and said, "What are you doing? Like we're not taking people to the ground. We're not hitting. Some guys just have it hardwired in them to hit everybody." And there was a time when that was what you wanted, especially at the safety position. But the game has changed, as we said before. So if you're a box safety who just lights people up for a living, you're a guy that's going day 3, no matter how good you were on tape in college. That's no longer a day 1 or day 2 guy if you're a pure box safety. So that's why I said Cameron Kitchens is such a great test case, because his testing says not only box safety, but maybe even like a guy that just comes on in special packages, because his testing was so bad. So that'll be one of those tape versus measurables kind of fights. But yeah, those are some of my favorite players who are still on the board.
All right. Well, speaking of favorite players, one of our favorite people is waiting to come on.
Here we go.
It's been a while since we've seen some of these faces.
In a minute.
And they all happen to be covering AFC North teams. How about that, right? So we had Dom come back in. We hadn't seen Dom in forever. But we haven't seen Jalen either. Well, guess who's here? Jalen Willingham's in the house. Look at that face.
Hey, Jalen, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing great, man. It's great to be back. It's great to be back talking about some football. And man, I gotta say, I'm in as the Bengals. I'm impressed with what they're doing so far. I can't really complain. Can't complain.
Well, you took your last guy there from that school up north, so I got to discount your entire draft. I'm sorry, it's out the window.
No, technically the last. Oh no, you're right. I'm sorry. I was looking at the original, Browns, not the pseudo Browns.
Yeah, I know. Chris Jenkins is definitely hurting some of my family up north, my Ohio State family. But I can assure you they will be all right when they see him on Sunday. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, we didn't bring DJ Reader back. So I feel like, Chris Jenkins will be an immediate impact player for us.
He's a much better defensive tackle than the guy that the Cowboys took last year from that same school.
Well, I can tell you why they didn't bring him back, Jalen. It's this. This is the reason.
Yes. Well,
it's right here.
It's
right here.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. You can't pay everybody, especially some of our receivers. Can't get everybody, especially some of our disgruntled defensive ends or disgruntled receivers. So but as far as he's definitely going to help bolster our run game, our run defense, because last year, man, our run defense it needed a lot of work. We struggled, and especially when DJ Reader was out, man, some of those games it was just hard to watch throughout the rest of the season. So, I definitely like the Chris Jenkins pick. Now, as far as yesterday, I don't know if you all seen it, but when I commented about Amarius Mims when we first got it, I feel like I overreacted, because at first I actually did not like the pick, and it's definitely separated a lot of Bengals fans from what I've seen on social media. A lot of Bengals fans hate the pick, but a good amount of other Bengals fans really like the pick. What I think this is a great pick for our future. Now, we want guys that will help us win now. But when you have a quarterback, Joe Burrow, who just continues to get hit, continues to get hurt, Amarius Mims, 6'8", freaking nature at the right tackle, as definitely a guy that we need. So, even though he only has 8 starts, that's definitely something that I didn't like. I do feel like we can bring him in and develop him under the right offensive line and have him sit behind Trent Brown. So I think that will help as well.
So you're doing everything you can to protect Joe Burrow. You add Mims. You have some veteran tackles there. But what is going to be the plan? We talked about the disgruntled receiver. One's going to get his money. The other one hasn't gotten paid, and he's letting everybody know I haven't gotten paid. We're seeing receivers start to come off the board at a premium in this round. So replacing him with top number 2 talent is getting harder and harder as we go along. What do you think you guys going to do? Do you think that the answer is still going to be here in this draft, or is it going to come in free agency after this draft?
Honestly, it's tough to say, because from what I was thinking, I other than Chris Jenkins, I was really looking at Troy Franklin in the second round for the Bengals, and the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, he's still on the board. Fingers crossed. But if he falls to 80, I definitely want my Bengals to go get him. But outside of the receiver position, we still gotta still need to make sure our tight end position is, in the right spot as well. Because, even though we got Mike Gesicki, we still feel like we need a game changer at the tight end spot to be a pass catcher for Joe Burrow. But even if we don't draft another pass catcher, that to me that is signaling that the Bengals are trusting in our 2 late round receivers that we took last year, Charlie Jones and Andrea Yosivas. And to me, I just need to see more out of both of them before I'm completely sold on that. But I don't think I actually think that may be something that the Bengals may be considering. And if so, that's a very Bengals thing to do. Because I don't see them bringing in another receiver via free agency when we have one disgruntled receiver who's posted a trade not once but twice in a span of just a couple of months. So, hopefully they grab a receiver soon. So.
Okay. You guys got any questions for Jalen?
Well, I'm a big Yosivas guy. If that helps you at all, he's got a rare blend of size. He's 6'3" and an 8". He's 200. He came in at 203. He's probably heavier now. But the guy ran the fastest indoor 60 meters in the nation. His last year, he ran indoor track. So you're talking about a guy that was also a terrific volleyball player at Punahou High School, a terrific basketball player at Punahou High School, and obviously a football player at Punahou High School. Same high school that Barack Hussein Obama graduated from. So this kid's a great, brilliant mind. Also, obviously a kid that was at Princeton, killing it in the Ivy League. Speaking of Ivy League players, but I think that he has a chance to emerge if you end up losing one of your wide receivers. I still think you might get one late, but what's a need that you would like to see the team address that isn't one that most people think of, Jalen? Like, give us a stealth need that you'd like to see the Bengals address.
Honestly, I feel like we could use another corner, preferably, another outside corner that could potentially be our cornerback one. Right now, our secondary is still very young. Even though we brought in, Geno Stone, and we brought back our veteran Von Bell from the Panthers, our corners, Cam Taylor-Britt, DJ Turner. Cam Taylor-Britt, I feel has been really good, but DJ Turner, I feel like at times, offenses picked on him, and just so I feel like we need another corner that can either play on the inside or outside to bolster our secondary. And I'll give you another need on not just defense but offense. We addressed O-line. So it wouldn't surprise me if we took another running back late. Most likely day 3. So someone like Blake Corum or or someone like that. But it wouldn't surprise me with losing Joe Mixon and then bringing in a guy like Zach Moss. So, having Chase Brown, Zach Moss, and then another young running back to just cycle between them, I think that would help us in the long run as far as keeping a balanced offense.
Right, you got anything for Jalen?
Well, I like Chase Brown because, of course, he's Canadian. So, that is an excellent running back right there. But no, I tend to agree with you that they do need another running back in that bunch. And I also think later on, the Cincinnati Bengals may have to draft a quarterback as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Burrow gets injured too much.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate truth. You know, even with us bringing back Jake Browning as a solid backup option, you know, you make a good point about drafting a quarterback late. I can only imagine what happens if we bring in someone like Spencer Rattler. But we'll just have to wait and see, Greg. You know, quarterback is definitely not something they're thinking about taking right now.
So, putting together a healthy run for Burrow, with the draft you're having so far and the free agency, the way things are going in free agency, do you think you guys can reclaim the North?
I think so, but I still need to see I need to see the rest of this draft first, because now that I'm talking about can we reclaim the North, we might need to take another edge rusher as well, with Trey Hendrickson requesting a trade. So I got to see who all the Bengals are taking in the draft before I come to a definite answer on that, because the AFC North is more competitive than ever. Every team in the division, you could make a case for every team in the division to win the AFC North. Really, even which is crazy to say, but that's where we're at right now. So as of right now, the Homer fan in me says absolutely, but the realistic fan says not quite yet.
Indeed. So listen, first of all, we'd like to say, we recognize the passing of the late Duke Tobin.
Yes.
Good friend of my scouting mentor, Jerry Hardaway. So he's been around that organization and in the league for years. Of course, for many that don't recognize it, of course, the name is that famous soundbite on ESPN. Who the hell is Mel Kiper? Yes, that was Tobin. Yes. I would like to see that team get a little more physical in the backfield. I think when you had Mixon, he could run physical, but they used him in such a finesse way with all the pass catching and all the outside runs, and then they did finally run him inside at times. But when he got hurt, it was like they got even less physical. I think you want to get back to some kind of physical back. Do you think there's a back that fits what you guys want in this draft?
Honestly, it feels really weird to say, but I think Braylon Allen might just be that for us. But it would have to be day 3 for sure. But then again, you talk about us being physical. With Joe, as long as Joe Burrow is quarterback for the Bengals, I just don't believe that our offense will bring that physicality that you will see out of other AFC North teams. So, because we're always been a team that will lean more on the pass. I just want it to, not be in a way that'll get our quarterback killed again. So.
You guys got any last questions for Jalen?
Who's been looking after the calf injury for Joe? Because that was the big issue.
I don't know. It's most likely Jamar Chase, Greg. It's most likely Jamar, the same guy who apparently picks out his clothes too. So I can only imagine.
Well, I would love to have their budget, because maybe my style would be up to theirs. So, in the meantime. So, where you been hiding, man? We haven't had a chance to catch up. So we have to find. The inquiring minds want to know where have we been missing Jalen Williams?
Man, it's just I just been caught up so much in working, man. Like if I told you my work schedule, you know, your mind would probably go boom right now, because like, man, my work schedule one week it's, you know, 9 to 5, and then the next week it's 1 a.m. to 10 a.m. So it's like, you know, it's hard to keep up, man. It's like, man, you know, I want to get on, I want to talk football, but at the same time, I need to sleep. Just like, my goodness.
Trust me, I understand. Yeah, working for a TV company, I understand.
Yeah,
wholeheartedly. It takes a lot out of you, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Ashby recognizes.
Real recognizes real.
Yeah. You know, just fighting to stay awake. I just worked 10 hours today, so you know.
That's me on Mondays. That's me on Monday.
Yeah, that will be me this upcoming Monday as well.
Yeah. So they're doing their military salute right now. So we have members of the military on the screen and on the stage. Salute to our gunny and PFC over there in the other screen there. Carroll. Yeah. So salute you guys for your service, and those out there watching that have served, we also salute you as well. Jalen, man, listen, we can't let this go too long, man. We have to sneak you back around.
Yes.
Like we told Dom, who finally roped him back over as well. I know radio keeps him busy. Moving the chains on Sundays, man. We love when you guys come on and make picks with us, man. So, you know, by all means, if you can sneak a Sunday morning in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I will definitely keep that in mind for sure. Hopefully my schedule doesn't have me working 5 a.m. in the mornings again.
Yeah. We'll make sure you crash after.
Yeah. I won't be able to crash too long, so I can get some time to watch some football. Yeah.
You know, but thanks again, Jalen. We miss having you on.
Yes.
We got to make sure we get you back.
Oh, I miss being on. I appreciate it.
The amazing Jalen Willingham. And I keep saying amazing because we have so many amazing people here.
AW.
Yes. You know, guys, we got some picks to recap.
We do.
Is we are at the end of round 2 and into round 3. So the end round 2, we left off with Ennis Rackstraw. Rose Garden, the Ravens, they just load up on tackles.
Well, they love guys like Rosengarten. He's a guy who played mostly right, but he could play left tackle in a pinch. He's got some toughness. He's got good athletic ability. And what I love is he's one of those younger prospects. Now, he's not a true sophomore. They don't count the COVID year, so he really should be a junior, but still, he's a young tackle with power, and he's just going to get stronger. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Sumatia went right after him. So we keep talking about that Thanksgiving turkey. Well, the tackle position is one of those positions that everybody's picking at. Renardo Green, cornerback from Florida State, comes off the board.
A guy that sort of, once again, people say he moved up. And what happened was that the outside media began to find out what the NFL thought of him. The NFL always thought of him as a guy that was a top 100, 75 to 100 player, and word slowly began to reach, seep into the consciousness of the media. But he's a good player.
So to start off round 3, Malachi Corley comes off the board to the Jets. Jets.
He's going to get a lot of screen passes, in case you're wondering. Malachi Corley is one of those run-after-catch guys. He may not ever run a lot of routes deep down the field, but he's going to work the middle of the field. He's going to work the flats, and occasionally maybe a wheel route. But he's one of those guys that, is sort of that best value discount Temu Wish app type version of a guy like Deebo Samuel.
He went 21 picks ahead of where I took him in the Macapalooza because I had him going to the Browns in round 3.
Yeah.
Well, we're really at the speed round. So if we were waiting pick by pick, that stuff is over with.
Running back is off the board.
Yes, we're starting to get to the running back round, and we get to start off tomorrow with the 4th round. And you remember, Bill, when the 4th round used to be called the criminal round?
Yeah.
You know, all the guys that had the character issues that would have ordinarily have been 1st or 2nd round grade.
Yep.
And
Yep.
all that
Guys
stuff.
who had a
Those
top
guys,
50.
all of a sudden, now they get picked in round 4 when there's less of a chance of busting on them.
Right.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't cost you your job is really what was
Yes.
the main thing, Jeff.
Yes.
What I call the 3 a.m. phone call round. Guys where you wait
Yes.
for the 3 a.m. phone call round.
So Mr. Benson is off the board now.
Yep. I really like him. And no offense to Brooks, I feel like Benson might end up having the better career of the two.
And Benson is the upright runner. He's not the traditional running back as far as his style goes, but there's been other upright runners who've been very successful in the NFL as well.
Well, I mean, Latavius Murray is the most recent one. He's had a nice long career.
Yeah.
And a tall, sort of rangy, upright guy. And people are worried about that, but he's done okay. So he's a little quicker than Murray. Has good power, can catch the ball reasonably well, and maybe not elite level elusiveness, but he can make you miss a little bit as well. But he's got a good blend of everything you want in a running back, and I feel like, while I won't use the term steal, I feel like if he'd gone just outside the top 50, I wouldn't have been shocked. But this makes more sense, and it's really good value.
Yeah.
So, over/under on how many running backs go this round?
I think at least 2 more go. At least 2 more go. Maybe 3, but I think at least.
I'll say because of the need out there, I'll say 3.
Yeah, I think we'll see about 3, maybe 4. Because the teams that were waiting for the draft to go get their running backs are going to start to get them back. Actually, is an agreement.
3.
Yes.
And so I'm not pulling the great Karnak on 3. We all seem to be coming together on 3. Yeah. Johnny Carson reference for those not old enough to remember Johnny
for
Carson.
those who are
Karnak.
anyone under 40 is wondering what you're talking about. Under 40.
Yes.
Now Brandon Coleman's off the board. My gosh, the run on tackles is never ending.
Well, if you look at it, they got him listed as a guard.
He's a guard according to this, but
And he might be. He might end up playing, but I mean, we'll see. I think he could probably play right tackle in the NFL.
I graded him as a guard too. So yeah.
I've got him as a guard as well because of where he played this year and that awful team that he was with. Nobody wanted to play tackle for TCU. They really didn't.
I'm just worried about him with 2 things kicking inside: anchor and ability to handle the man getting on you faster. People don't realize that when you're a tackle, your kick sliding away from the defender, keeping separation, so he's not on you as fast as when you're at guard in the phone booth, and literally you're out of your stance and his hands coming right at you. So it's a difference, and that's why a lot of guys that go from tackle to guard get overwhelmed so early because they're so used to having that separation and that guy taking a while to get to him.
The good news on him is foot quickness. The bad news on him is he doesn't know how to uncoil and unleash his power. Like, I think he's got strength but doesn't quite realize how to get it into the body of the other guy, right?
Yeah.
And at guard, as you said, one, it has to have it faster. Two, I mean, the term finesse guard is not a term you hear a lot in the NFL because they don't tend to work out. So he's a guy. I still like him better at right tackle. I'll just say I like him better at right tackle. And he may adapt to playing guard and become successful. But like foot quickness was the thing I liked best about him, and that's somewhat negated, except on pulling, I guess, when you kick him inside. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So we're waiting for them to post the picks for the Patriots and Chargers. The Giants are on the clock. Cardinals coming up. Panthers, Cowboys. So we're getting in the range of teams that are really trying to build their depth. They still need to hit on all these picks. These aren't teams.
Caden Wallace is off the board.
Yes. So these are teams that still need to hit on these picks. They're not just adding on rosters. They need to hit on these picks. These are guys that are either going to compete for starting jobs or they're going to contribute in some way early.
Yep.
Malachi Corley, I'm shocked to see so many receivers go ahead of him. I could have played in some of those guys.
But Corley is the one-trick pony. That's why he went where he went.
Like, I didn't have him higher than Mitchell. I'm looking at some of the guys that went. I did have him over McConkey. I'm trying to see if I had him over. Yeah, had him over him too. Yeah, so he's virtually most of the guys that he's gone ahead of. I had him over. That have gone ahead of him. I had him over today. But folks, while we're waiting for picks to come in, it's about to get real interesting. We're about to have a young man on who works here at Team NBS. Has a great show called Off the Dome with Brock Vieira.
Yes.
And
the kids love that show, in case you're wondering.
If
their audience will not know who Karnak is.
No, and but he is one of the guys that does some stuff for that team that keeps having amazing drafts and really pisses off most NFC East fans. And he's going to let you know how good a draft they're having, folks. So if you think that he's coming on to be humble, he's not doing that. We're talking about the amazing Thomas Brown. Tom.
There he is. There he is.
What's going on, y'all? How we doing?
TB is the place to be.
I remember when you were on with us, was it a year or two ago when we did the draft live and
yes.
Got certain picks and your face was looking like Chris Rock. You were like, I can't believe they just made that pick. What is Howie doing?
He's still looking that way.
You're loving Howie now. I mean, you would let Howie move into your basement right now.
I would, man. Because I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna need to know what kind of drink he's having in the war room. I'm gonna need to know what the secret sauce is. You know, hopefully it's age appropriate. I mean, I'm legal, so there's no discussion about that. But still, very curious to know what's cooking up in the Eagles' war room over the past 3 years, because it's been nothing short of great recipe after great recipe after great recipe. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I love it so much. Y'all have no idea. We've come a long way, and now we're here. I love it. Feels so good. So good. Oh, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, I must say this. I've spent enough time around Eagle Scouts to know how hard those guys really work. and they busted butts, man. I must admit, and y'all are kicking rear ends right now, man. These last couple of drafts, Howie Roseman has pulled off miracle after miracle after miracle, and he's had a lot of good fortune to go along with it. I don't know what deal he made, but you know, I mean, with what higher power that he did. But I mean, if this was Vegas, he couldn't be this lucky. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
right.
This is all the result of giving them the Devontae Smith guy when we picked Micah Parsons. This is the result of this. This is why you don't trade within the division, period. You don't do it. You shut down your divisional opponents, and we didn't do that. It was a big mistake. Big mistake.
I'd say it's more than that. I mean, you look at their drafts. I mean, they hit on a later pick in Jalen Hurts. You know, the tight ends that they've hit on over the years, the tackles they've hit on over the years, the guards they've hit on over the years, the D tackles, the corners, and on and on and on. They have been killing it draft after draft after draft. And the energy is so palpable. You can see Thomas is boiling over. You know, last night and tonight are just proof of it. You get the top corner falls to you at 23. All right, you turn around and all of a sudden there you are again in the second round, and a guy that was pegged by most people going in mid to late first round falls to you again. So now you have two corners that are tops in this class. Tom, I know you're bubbling over, but realistically, what's the rest of Eagles Nation doing?
Man, I ain't gonna lie. As far as what we think of the draft so far, just be grateful that we haven't had a repeat of the celebration when we won the Super Bowl in 2018. Just be grateful that no one's climbing any poles, getting on top of light bulbs. Like don't worry about all that, because everybody is jumping for joy, and they should jump for joy. I don't think you could ask for a better draft than what the Eagles have done so far this year. We needed to address the corner position. We did it not once, but we double dipped and got best case scenario in both instances. And I don't know what better way to really say it. Now obviously going forward, I would be remiss if we don't address the offensive line, maybe get a guard to shore up what we already have there, or figure out if what we're doing at center with Jason Kelce retiring this year. But other than that, you could address the linebacker situation if you would like to. If you're not too, heavy on a Devin White, that's only going to be a 1-year rental anyways. Things of that nature. But I ain't going to lie, man. There's only one way to really express how I truly feel about Howie Roseman. And I just got to give him his round of applause, man. I just have to. I have to. I'm sorry. If y'all won't do it, I'll do it for you. It is about time. Okay? He's done it for 3 years in a row. And I got to admit, man, it's a great place to be. The face, the skin is clear. The banner's nice and comfy. It's a great place to be, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's beautiful. We didn't have to even trade up. I know there was so many talks about us trading up to get, Arnold, who's also a great corner within his own right. That Dallas found a way to trade with Detroit for Detroit to get. I had to throw that in there. But either way, both draft selections so far have fell into our lap, and we didn't have to work too hard for them. And I love it this way. Pick the best situation possible with what our needs are. And he's addressed them. So I've done it before, but I'll do it again. Howie Roseman, you, sir, get a round of applause, baby. You do. You do, man. With all these moves, is it a Super Bowl bust for us? Yeah, kind of. We're in that Super Bowl. Our Super Bowl window is definitely still there. It's definitely still open. We can't act like that does not exist. However, if we just so happen to not get it done because there's a team in Kansas City that just keeps getting in our way, then so be it. If there's just a team in red in general that just gets in our way because that just what ends up being the case, then so be it. That other team in red, I'm talking about San Francisco, because that just seems to be the stump that we can't overcome right now, and that's totally fine. But I love it, man. I love it. This is definitely one of those times to be a great Eagles fan right now, and I love it. I really do. Really?
Well, I'm going to say, you guys are absolutely killing these drafts. There's no doubt about it. When we're looking at this team, what do you think is the weakness? Because most analysts are going to go, where are they weak at right now? They've done everything they needed to. You go weak at the safety position. You bring back Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who you had a lot of success with. When you're getting old at corner, well, you just solved that problem. Okay, well, maybe it was the receivers. Well, you just locked them up. Your tight end is not going anywhere. You got better in the backfield. I mean, where is the weakness on this team?
I think the weakness still, you would probably still put it on the linebacker position or the guard spot, the right guard spot, I believe, for us. Or center even, if you just don't trust what we already have to be the future at center for us for years to come, or this year even. I think that's a hole that we could fill. There's still a lot of great options to choose from in this draft. I think that's what's made this draft particular so entertaining, is because even when we get into the later rounds, even when we get into the mid rounds, the 4th, 5th rounds, there will still be a lot of great talent left that, we wake up one day and they could be starters for the team, if not superstars for the team. So I still think that linebacker could use some buffering, some help. I think also you could add in some offensive line help as well. But other than that, I think everything else is about as legitimate as it could possibly be. And I think if you ask for anything more than that, you're being extremely greedy. Which apparently is something that Philly fans do, which I'm not going to stand for today. But that's neither here nor there. But I would say in order to if we're talking about needs still, probably the linebacker spot. If we're not too sure on a Nakobe Dean, if we don't trust what we already have at linebacker, and then probably shore up the offensive line as well. So like what we already have.
So, you guys got any questions for Tom?
I'm a Cowboys fan. I got no questions for damn Eagles. No questions at all. They suck. They suck. That's it. No, I'm kidding, Thomas. You know I'm kidding.
I know, man. It's okay, man.
You already got 2 centers on your roster outside of Jason Kelce and Landon Dickerson for 21 and Cam Jurgens. Yes. So why are you all worried about the center position? I don't understand this.
I'm not saying
because Kelce left.
I'm not saying I'm worried. I'm just saying if you want to solidify that position because of the big hole that's left by Jason Kelce, you can address that. It's not a dire need per se, but it wouldn't shock me if we were to go after center. It would not shock me at all if we go after, like I mentioned, a linebacker to really solidify what we already have at linebacker. I feel like everything we have for the remaining of the draft will be dedicated towards just filling up the holes that we feel have no business being open. And center and guard being one of those is one of those things that would not surprise me if they addressed. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it is a dire need. We need it now. That was solved already by the end of tonight. Okay, you addressed the corner position, the position that had us ranked towards the end of the year, almost dead last in defense, and all the coverage stats necessary. Okay, that's how bad our secondary was. You addressed that by not only getting one corner to cover the outside, but you also have another that if you want to put him on the outside, you can, or if you want to move him to safety to help out a Gardner Johnson. No matter how you want to do it in the Fangio defense, you can do that. So they solved all of my problems with their first 2 picks. Everything else is just
if you just give the Cowboys the rest of your draft picks, If all your problems are solved in this draft, you give them to the Cowboys. We'll take them.
Here's the problem, Greg. Here's the problem, man. Y'all have this thing where even if y'all have the picks, y'all find a way to trade them to somebody else anyways.
Who do we trade? Who do we trade? Amari Cooper. So that's the last big trade that the Cowboys made. Come on now. We keep our guys. We keep our guys. That's the problem in Dallas is we keep our guys. Why do you think I wrote the Clean House article where I wanted Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott all out of there? Because I'm so tired of all these guys being re-signed who have done nothing.
Greg, I'm not gonna raise your blood pressure, man. But I will say this. Okay?
Too late, Thomas.
Too late. My blood pressure's been boiling. I've been boiling since 1995. I've been boiled raw.
Ooh. Okay.
So, Tom, when I look at that team last year, the injuries were a problem in what kind of led to your downslide at the end of the season. But the other issue had nothing to do with the talent on the field not being there. It had to do with the locker room situation. They haven't gotten rid of those guys. Those guys are there, and they've actually re-signed them. A.J. Brown just got a new deal. He was one of the disgruntled players. Do you think they can solve this issue that led to their problems late in the season last year? Because there was a disconnect. You see, Sirianni was disconnected. The quarterback was disconnected. There was a disconnect in that locker room late in the season last year. And I think that was just as big a problem as the injuries.
Yeah. Look, all right. Let's just get the elephant in the room out the way.
We will be fine because Brian Johnson is no longer our offensive coordinator. I repeat, we will be fine because Brian Johnson is no longer our offensive coordinator.
Okay, now that I got that out the way, I think that was a huge reason why that disgruntlement was there. Okay, I was frustrated as a fan. Okay, I'm not even on the field. And I swear to God, if I saw another bubble screen on 3rd and 9, I was going to turn into a bubble, okay? Like, that's how the levels of predictability the offense had was frustrating. And it frustrated everybody. Not to mention that at one point in time, Jalen Hurts did get hurt. Now, obviously, he wanted to play the rest of the year off as if it didn't happen. But we all saw right through it. His mobility was shot. He didn't really want to move when he was outside the pocket. Everything else that Jalen Hurts typically does, he wasn't doing. He was not 100%. Now, granted, you could say that about the year before and the year before that, and that's fine. But last year in particular, you could tell he was not 100%. And it showed. So you have that. And then the real frustration behind AJ in particular was there was a stretch before we had the landslide at the end of the year where we were talking about AJ Brown being one of the best receivers in the game, getting offensive player of the year at one point. You want to know why that was? Because he was getting targeted at the very minimum 12 times a game and was averaging 100 yards with at least a touchdown. At least. So now those targets have went away, and it's not like it went to Devontae Smith. It's not like it went to Dallas Goedert. It just it kept going to 3 and outs. So it was frustrating the offense as a whole. And I think that kind of play calling, now that Kellen Moore is there, I think that will change things. I think with the addition of a Saquon Barkley would add to an offense that is already built to have a whole lot of deception in there. And I think it would just cause for this is also an opportunity in an offseason for Jalen Hurts to be completely 100% heading into the season. And when all that's said and done, we have an offense, we have a system to where any and everyone can thrive at any moment in time, which will probably alleviate a lot of disgruntlement that was last year. So
your head coach caused all these problems. It wasn't his OCs, it was the head coach. That is on the head coach. That is not on the coordinators. That is on the head coach. Sorry, my friend. That's the bottom line when it comes to the head coach. He picked those guys. That's his gig.
Greg.
Hey, I'm telling the truth.
You are telling the truth, Greg. And that's why you're about to make me raise my blood pressure. And I don't even have you with blood pressure. Because you want to know what I was shouting to the mountaintop last year? That we needed a new head coach. But you know what? We decided to keep him for another year. But you know what? It's fine. We're about to find out who's who on this season. Because
the Dallas Cowboys just took the first guard All-American Cooper Beatty from Kansas State. Tyler Smith is going to move out to left tackle. I don't care. Tyler Guyton will play right tackle, and Terrence Steele can be out of the barn. Because, again, he's another ACL guy. I hate all these ACL injuries that the Cowboys.
Oh, man.
Wait, Greg, yes, I saw the Cooper Beatty pick, and I think it's a good pick for the Cowboys. But do you really think they're after drafting a tackle in the first round last night, and now taking a guard here, you're going to move Smith, and Steele is going to be out of the way when they just up Steele's pay? They just gave him a new contract.
Steele can be your sixth tackle. He's your swing guy.
You're not paying him like a swing tackle.
I know.
You're paying him like
because it's Steven and Jerry at it again.
He's not coming out of the lineup.
Contracts to these guys who come off ACL injuries. It's painful.
I suggest you get that shot of rum ready because you're going to need it.
Oh, man. It's so painful. It really is.
Greg, come on, man. Hey, look, Greg, you forgot what team you're a fan of. This is the Dallas Cowboys. This is the team that, according to Jerry Jones,
we're going all in. I repeat, this offseason, we're going all in.
Why do you
so far?
And why do you think I wrote about the other article stating about Jerry all in and all this other nonsense that old geezer pops out of his mouth annually, and his idiot son Steven follows suit with him?
Well, Tom, we have you tomorrow too, right?
I think that's the plan. Yes.
We get to continue these shenanigans tomorrow as we're going into the day 3 prospects and Phillies landing starters on day 3 like nobody's business. So we're gonna continue the Howie Roseman love train tomorrow. But we got one more guest coming on. So
absolutely.
Tom, tell them one more time about Off the Dome before you go.
Oh, well, I am the lovely co-host to one of the most underrated shows there is in all of Team NBS Media. It is Off the Dome, where we are live every Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Central Time, I believe. I'm trying to get the Vegas time together, Brock. I got you, okay, buddy? Okay, 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah. So you go back by 3 hours to the West Coast.
Thank you. Thanks, Greg. See, even more rivals, you find a way to help me. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But we cover any and everything: sports, lifestyle, entertainment, you name it. We'll talk about it, and we are very candid about it. It hasn't necessarily been a PG show, so cover your ears if necessary, but that's totally fine. It's Off the Dome. We speak from the heart, we speak our mind, and we love every second of it. Hasn't been a dull moment yet. So look forward to our next episode.
Your visit out to your cousin, she was a very nice girl. What the hell happened to you? What happened to you?
What happened to me?
We'll find out tomorrow when you come back. The answer to that question. But for sure. Thanks for time. We can't keep our guests waiting any longer. We got to get them going. But listen,
it's all good,
Thomas. You keep that show going with you and Brock, man. Y'all guys are hitting hard right now. Sometimes a little too hard, but y'all are hitting hard right now. We appreciate it.
What we do, and we got special guest again, so be on the lookout for that. We got more coming, baby. Love it.
Thomas Brown, co-host of Off the Dome, thanks for joining us. Out goes one guest, and then in comes another. We have one Bears analyst on. We had to bring the other one back because his swag is just on point. We got to get him on camera as much as possible. We're talking Dan Goodwin. And look at Dan with the suit on and the hat. Okay, you're looking like you just got drafted, Dan.
I figure since it was a draft situation, you might as well throw the hat on, and I got an orange tie. It just kind of fits.
So, Dan, you have actually perfect timing. Okay, because we've been talking all day too. And we've been saying, you know what? This is possibly going to be the highest Ivy League player in a very long time getting drafted. And Christy, of course, you just beat me to the punch, Christy. Yes, I was going to tell you, you guys just drafted the tackle from Yale, Kieran Amagaji.
Wow, that was unexpected, but I like it though.
And you got a very intelligent young man here. This guy is no dummy. Just because you went to the Ivy League and all that jazz doesn't mean that you're the smartest person on the shelf. But this Kieran Amagaji is a very, very good left tackle.
Excellent. I'm excited about that. I didn't think we were going to be able to grab somebody like that this early. Outstanding. I'm excited. Braxton Jones is a good player. He's athletic. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of something that's missing. I can't quite put my finger on it. I thought it was strength. I don't know if it's that or not. He did have an injury that he dealt with last year. But, I mean, if this guy can come in and really take off, then you have a situation where you have two good, above average left tackles. And you can make one of them a swing tackle at that point, So Man, what a great pickup. I love it. I love the draft so far. The draft that we're having is outstanding, man.
So we were talking yesterday. We kept saying, they're going to need to get more picks and move back. They're standing pat. They're picking at the picks that they got. So far, 3 picks, 3 hits, in your opinion. 3 hits. I was asking Christy earlier, so far with how the draft is going and free agency, how are you feeling about this team going into the season?
Right now, I feel real good. I feel good about it. Offensively, man, it's a stark contrast to what we've been saddled with, right? And Bears fans are so excited. They're exuberant about this, and rightfully so, because, dang it, we deserve this. We deserve to have some, for this situation to happen, right? Where you have an overload of talent, right? I looked at so many quarterbacks that come into the league, like Herbert and Joe Burrow and, even Patrick Mahomes. These guys stepped into situations where they had weapons all around them. They were loaded up, right? And I said, well, if they get rid of Justin, whoever comes in here is coming into a better situation than Justin came into. And I alluded to it, a couple weeks back on the podcast where I said, Justin, he was drafted by a lame duck coach and GM. Both of those guys were fired at the end of the year. So you had that situation, right? Now if you're Justin, you're by yourself because you have to ingratiate yourself to the locker room. But here we go, where a new GM comes in and he begins to tear down the locker room, like, get this piece out of here, trade Khalil Mack away, get rid of Robert Quinn. All of these guys start leaving and departing and being cut, whatever, because you had to restock this whole situation. They had to redo everything. And Ryan Poles has done a magnificent job of doing that. I mean, he's completely torn down a roster and rebuilt it with youth and talent in about 2.5 years. 2 years, actually. Not even 2.5 years. Actually, about 2 years now. To me, that's just outstanding, man, what he's been able to do. And true enough, you look back and you say, man, I wish Justin had gotten this type of talent so that you could kind of see what he could have been. But at this point in time, it's like, hey, you got to wash your hands of it. It's over with. What's done is done. Now we have a quarterback. And for the first time in my life, right, for the first time probably in the history of the Bears organization, we have a situation where guys are going in and the cupboard is not bare, right? You have fully stocked shelves right there. So you have so many different weapons, so many different things that you can do. And now it's up to the organization. Like I said yesterday, it's up to them to really put, whatever is needed behind this squad so that they can buy into the program, number one, and then they can move forward and really develop the guys that they have. Because this is a young team. It's a very young team. And you have the ability to develop these guys in the way that you see fit. And Poles right now, I trust what he's doing. My man Thomas, he was giving a round of applause to Howie Roseman. I got to do the same thing for Ryan Poles. He's been outstanding right now.
I feel like I'm hogging all the questions here. Guys, what do y'all got for Dan?
Well, Dan, you don't have many more picks left, but what would you like to see addressed before the draft ends?
I go back to it, and I'm a defensive guy. I love defense. I think you really have to have defense. They have to address the defensive side of the ball. And I know we have Montez Sweat, and he's a good, outstanding player at the defensive end or the edge rushing position. But we need to solidify somebody for that opposite side, right? And I don't know if they're waiting on Yannick Ngakoue. But once again, Yannick, he produces, but it's something missing there, right? And he's not really good against the run. I want a guy that's going to be decent against the run, that's also going to be a pass rusher as well. I think they need to focus on that and really find somebody in this draft that's available. I'm not sure if these guys are available yet, but I wanted to mention them to you guys and you guys do a lot of scout working and things like that. But one of the guys that I was thinking about is Jeffcoat from Arkansas. He may be available in the range where we're picking. I'm just looking at guys where we wouldn't have to move up or anything like that, because I don't really want to lose any more draft capital next year or anything like that. I want to be able to either pick where we're at or even trade down and be able to get some of these guys too. That would be ideal for me as well, so that you can accumulate even more picks. But somebody like Jeffcoat from Arkansas, what are you guys' thoughts on him?
Right, formerly of Arizona State, I think, before he transferred, and son, obviously, of the great
Jim Jeffcoat.
Yeah. Well, Trajan Jeffcoat is a guy that looks the part. Was not super productive, but there's a lot of tools, as they say, a lot of raw material to work with. He's not guaranteed to even get drafted, not because he's not a good player, but because Jeff explained it when he talked about how some things are getting pushed down and some things are getting pushed up.
All right.
There are some guys. We just saw Jonah Ellis go off the board. I think at pick 76. That's a guy that I think is one of the top 55 or so players in this draft. But the pass rushers, for whatever reason, a premium position, have been pushed down. The pass rushers have been pushed down in this class. I'm not 100% sure why. I don't know if they just don't believe in this group. There's some guys I really like in this class. Jeffcoat is a guy that certainly has a shot to be drafted, but I won't be surprised if you actually can pick him up as an undrafted free agent.
Okay.
That's the way the board has been sort of laying out. He is my number 251st player. Right. So that means that he has a shot to be drafted, but he could easily be available possibly in the undrafted free agent signing period. So, but if you like him and you don't want to have to be involved in a bidding war, then yeah, you could take him late.
I mean, if he's going to be available, I wouldn't waste a draft pick on him. I would rather take a draft pick on a guy that's needed right away. What about Miles Cole?
Okay.
I think Miles Cole, from what I've seen, his production is lacking, you might say. Yep. But I mean, he has a lot of tools, man. He's got the longest arms in the draft.
Yes.
Of anybody. He's got the size, the height, and things like that. He's also fast. He ran a decent 40 time as well.
Yep. Well, you just mentioned what you like about him. The way he's one of the guys. You look at a guy getting off the bus, it's like, oh, there's a pass rusher, right? I mean, if you didn't know better, you'd think it was somebody took a guy like, Daniil Hunter and made him bigger, right? He's a bigger version of a guy like that. The issue is he's a guy that doesn't see the game as fast as you'd like. He plays like he's got a lot of ability, but he sees things late. He doesn't see, like when he gets trapped, he gets influenced, he gets sucked upfield, he vacates his gap. So the mental part of his game needs to be sharpened. But yeah, physically, oh my, yes, you're 100% right. He definitely looks the part. But how much do you trust your coaches? I trust my coaching staff there. But he should be there. Let me see. I have him rated as number 162, which means he probably should be there well into the 5th, possibly in the 6th round. But he's a guy with a lot of physical ability.
Okay. Those are some of the guys that I looked at. I'm a Notre Dame guy as well, so of course,
Jean-Baptiste.
Yeah.
I think we're Bill right now. There's 3 of us Irish people right here. So, Bill, how are you liking life now?
Well, here's what I learned a long time ago, right? When I was going through Ranger School, Greg, is that while it's good to have numbers, if I get you all clumped together, one grenade will take all of you out.
Yeah, but don't forget, I'm a scout sniper, so I don't hang out with the boys up front.
No, that's true. No, you're way far back. You're probably about 4 kilometers away? We're not quite.
No, not quite.
Maybe more like 2.
So those are. I mean, that's a position. So what you're saying, Bill, is that with the edge rushers, there may be some available later on and even into undrafted free agents that are worthwhile.
Yeah.
So with that being said, what about cornerback?
Well, that's the position I would be trying to address. Yes. Say you get a shot at a guy like Beanie Bishop, I would run that pickup, right? If I got a shot, if Beanie Bishop's there when you pick next, I would hurdle people to get that card in. If Quintez Stiggers is there, shout out to Canada, when you pick, I would hurdle people to get that pick.
Okay. So that might be a need of an area of need more so than defensive end, just because of the way the draft is going, right?
Just the way the draft, right?
Well, yeah, and the way that this class is going, what I've heard, and it's kind of playing out today, is there was a lot of feeling that this defensive end class, this edge class, was top heavy. Right? You have the guys that they really like at the top, and after that, they got guys they like some. So we're seeing just that. We saw a lot of guys they like go quickly. After a while, we started seeing a little gap in how they drafted ends. You saw some fly off the board again, and then now you see a little gap again. But the cornerbacks are flying off. They love this cornerback.
Okay.
So I think if you're looking for cornerback, you're hoping that there are 3 guys in that range that are there when you have to pick. And if you're not going to get anything at that range, you've got to go best player available.
Right.
Because what's going to happen is you're going to wind up starting to reach. And when that happens, you'll always get something that you really didn't need. So I think they've got to identify when they're looking at that range how this board is going, what's going to be left. If we have a lot of stacks at corner, which we do, there are guys getting pushed up because these guys are flying off the board right.
Yeah.
Right. So what's going to happen is you're going to get to a point in that stack where the value doesn't match the pick. So you'll be picking around 4. If you have a guy with a 5th round grade, you don't draft the 5th and the 4th. You barely draft a 5th at all because you have the 3rds and the 4ths that are hanging around that you're picking up in the 5th.
Gotcha.
So if you have a 5th and you have the 4th and 4th round, that's going to be a reach. You don't want it. Go to a better player. So I think what they're going to have to do is really trust their board. How their board falls to them in the 4th round, trust your board. Unless you want to back up and get that position at a later value, fine. But I think if you're going to have 4 picks, you want to make them the 4 best picks you can get.
Yeah.
Trust your board, see how it falls. As you're getting in that range, identify 3 players that you think are going to be there when you pick. If they're there, take them. If not, go back to your board again, say, best player available that helps this team, take them, and be happy with your 4 picks. That's going to be the one worry. When you start getting to the middle rounds, you want as much value for that pick as possible. Because otherwise you're picking a glorified special teamer at a job where a role player, a potential future starter could be.
Makes sense.
If you guys, you're picking 41 picks from now, you're at 122. If Adiza Isaac is sitting there from Penn State, and Brian Poles does not grab that man, there's something wrong with him.
I didn't even think of that, Greg, because I don't think he'll be there. But if he is,
right?
Yeah.
And his family story is the best one in this draft. I don't care about anybody else's family story in this draft. What that young man has had to live with, his older brother has autism. His younger brother and his younger sister have autism. His oldest brother was born with cerebral palsy because he had the umbilical cord tied to his head. Right. It's just an unbelievable story as to what this young man has gone through, and he's a tough kid from Brooklyn.
Yeah, if he's there, I wouldn't mind having him. I didn't think he would be lasting that long. I think he's probably a top 100 guy, right? What do you think?
He was 107 on my board.
107? Okay.
Yeah. For me, Isaac came in at. Let's see. Yeah. I have him a little lower than Greg. I have Beanie Bishop ahead of him. At Bernardo Green, I also had right around this rate. So as was pointed out, corners flying off the board. Roger Rosengarten, I had right around this range. He already gone off the board. The tackles have been flying.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, we're going to be deep into this tackle class. By the way.
We were talking about that on our podcast too, right? On Three Kings of the Midway podcast. And I was saying that this tackle class is very, very deep. Are there any tackles that could transition inside, do you think?
A bunch of them. Some of them already definitely see big already will.
Okay.
And Christian
because
Haynes,
I'm not completely sold on of course our center position. I mean, we signed one in free agency, but how's it going to work out? I don't know, because we've signed, Lucas Patrick to come in, and he's been injured since he walked in the door, basically. And then we have Nate Davis. Nate Davis is good. I think he's decent. We have Tevin Jenkins at guard as well. And Tevin is, when he's there, it's great, man. It's great. But he gets injured often. And his injuries are lingering, and it takes weeks sometimes for him to get over those. And
Cedric Van Pram hasn't been touched. Blake Zimmer hasn't been touched. Limmer, sorry. And Cedric Van Pram.
Okay.
Neither one have been touched at center.
Yep.
So there could be a body sitting there at center for you as well.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're looking at tackles that can kick inside that'll be available tomorrow, there's a bunch. Barring he doesn't go today, Tyler Grable from UCF is a guy that can kick inside. Donovan Jennings from South Florida can kick inside, would play left tackle. Frank Crum from Wyoming, the potential guard transition. Xavier Gatlin, who was sought out as a tackle, most likely going to be kicked inside, is going to be a bigger guard.
Yep.
Julian Pearl's another one, potentially inside. So there's a bunch tomorrow that'll be around that you could potentially, who played tackle in college, could potentially kick inside, and there'll be a project at guard.
Makes sense.
So a lot of people who bet on the draft lost some money right now, because the next tight end off the board was Tip Ryman. Not James Sanders, not Dalen Holker, not a lot of the people that, I mean, I like this kid, but mostly because of his blocking. But I guess I'd say I'm pleasantly surprised, ILL, pleasantly surprised that he went this high. He's a big, strong kid. He's not the most developed as a route runner, and he doesn't give you, at least at this point, a lot in the passing game, but he's one of the better blocking tight ends. I was a little surprised he didn't go to two.
Speaking of guards, Christian Haynes just came off the board.
Yep. Yeah. I mentioned that a second ago, that Haynes is off the board amongst the true guard.
That's pretty good.
So where was Javon Baker? He has not been.
I mean, I think he goes in the bottom part of the third. He's a deep threat, but he doesn't do everything super well. He's a run fast, jump up, catch the ball.
Yeah, but we had guys talking about him being at the end of the first and early second. I mean,
he's not a do everything receiver.
No, he isn't.
So he's a specialist, and he's very good at his specialty, however. But if you don't need a run fast, jump up, catch the ball guy, then, I mean, oddly enough, a place like Kansas City is actually a place where he would have really been a good fit, because they don't have a guy that is run past everybody, jump up, catch the ball. That's the one thing they kind of were missing, but they did find a guy who can run past everybody at least. But yeah, Baker is a guy that he'd be a good fit to a team like, we talked about, the Titans don't have a guy that quite does what he does. There's a few teams that could use a run pass, everybody jump and catch the ball.
Well, the Cowboys could use him as well. They can use him. Bill, whatever position we're talking about, the Cowboys need players. That's it. They need them all. Every damn position.
Cowboys fans, hey, they're always talking about how much they need, man. It's crazy. Well, you guys are so loaded with talent on that roster.
No, we're not. We're not.
Loaded.
We lost to the damn Packers.
We
lost to the Packers. We're not loaded. We have names. We've got names.
Yes,
but we're not loaded. This isn't the Cowboys of the '90s anymore. No. This isn't.
Trust me, I know.
You know, and I asked Christy earlier. I want your word that you beat the crap out of the Packers at Lambeau and at Soldier Field continually.
We have to. It's time. You know, it's funny because I come across Packer fans and they don't remember the history, right? The Packers were terrible for a long time, right? And they're you know, the last 30 years have been 2 Hall of Fame back-to-back quarterbacks, right? That have really pushed them up that ladder. They still only won 2 Super Bowls. 30 years of great quarterbacks, and you only get 2 Super Bowls out of it. That, you know, to me, you know, they're not the biggest disappointment, right? Like everybody says, oh, Dallas hasn't won anything for 30 years. Well, to have 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks back-to-back, 15-year careers plus, and to come away with only 2 Super Bowls, to me, that's a bigger disappointment than what Dallas is going through right now. That's just my opinion.
Hey, Washington and the Niners both have longer losing streaks in the Super Bowl than the Cowboys do. So there you go, right?
That's true.
And those are 2 of the biggest name franchises out there. Yet
everybody can't be the Patriots.
Until the current run, you hadn't had one from Kansas City, right? So, and then you have other teams that hadn't won one at all. But you know, if you'd like to contribute to the GoFundMe for Greg's psychiatric help, please go to.
Yes, I take money for this because the agony I've been going through for 30 damn years is just not right. And can somebody please take JJ and Steven on the vote and let it sink? just let it sink and let Charlotte take over, please.
Well.
So we have another running back off the board, Blake Corum.
Blake Corum has been selected. So
what do y'all think about Blake Corum?
I think he's a nice workhorse back. I think you put him at the front of a rotation or in the middle of a rotation, he's going to be a very productive player. I worry about overuse over 17 games, but overall, I think he's a guy that's going to come in and be a productive guy in a committee backfield. Pair him with another back, and I think you've got a heck of a running game.
Yeah. I'm also very happy because apparently in Dallas he was the number 2 choice for running back, and he's gone too. Thank you.
Wow. I mean, y'all wanted Jonathan Brooks, right? That's what I heard.
Oh yeah, and I was screaming mad about that.
Hey, Brooks, I like Brooks. I've always liked Jonathan Brooks, and you know what about him? He's only 20 years old, man.
Yeah.
But
see, there's a pick coming up in 3 more picks that they can get Braylon Allen. Or my number 1 choice at running back, Audric Estime from the Fighting Irish. Then I'll be a happy camper. You'll see Greg with tears. I will cry if they get Notre Dame's Audric Estime.
I think Estime, especially with the way the running back position is going, he's going tomorrow.
Yeah. In the 4th round when the Cowboys don't have a damn pick.
Well, the good news, I mean, Blake Corum is a guy that can do a little bit of everything. He understands pick up. He can catch the ball fairly well. Not athletic enough, but not a guy who's going to make a bunch of people miss. He has, he can make, he's a 1, maybe 2 cut guy, has a decent second gear, but doesn't run away from everybody. He's a guy who's going to give you, if you give him 18 total touches between receiving and rushing, he'll end the game at the NFL level with somewhere between 85 and 92 total yards, which is, not bad.
The other guy from that school up north just got taken. Roman Wilson just went to the Steelers.
Yeah. Well, and they needed that. You talk about receiving help. They needed that.
And that's one of Stephen Smith's Sr.'s favorite receivers in this draft class. He's, one of those scrappy, tough little receiver. He's going to play some slot, sometimes outside. Snaps off his routes fairly well, has really good hands, plays bigger than he is. And like I said, good toughness for a guy his size.
He can go anywhere else. He's not coming to Dallas. I'm happy with that because no more guys from that school up north, period.
No more from that school.
No,
Oh man,
he's traumatized.
You sound like Chicago fans. Like when Drake May's name came up, everybody was like, no, because of Trubisky, right? So North Carolina quarterback, no, thank you.
Last year I wanted our tight end from Notre Dame last year to be our number 1 pick. I didn't want Mozzie Smith, no thank you, and I sure as hell didn't want Luke Schoonmaker either. I wanted who did I have round 2 last year? Keanu Benton from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
See,
that's an impressive prospect right there, Keanu Benton.
Yeah, I thought like that as a fan at once, but now I'm like the Winston Zedmore school of give me talent. I don't care as long as he can do the job. Get him here. So,
but they took 2 guys from a loser school that didn't know how to. Mozzie doesn't know how to finish. That's my number 1 beef with the guy was he didn't finish. And Schoonmaker was a 25-year-old tight end.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the tight end actually showed promise, so I can live with what you got from the tight end. Mozzie, part of the problem with Mozzie is 1, he didn't finish, but 2, when he did fill a gap, there was nobody behind him to fill the other. So it didn't matter how good he played. Right?
Didn't matter how good he was.
Yeah. So right now, if you're thinking about you need linebacker help, and you haven't gotten that. So right now, you should be worried about that.
I'm confident that it's going to either be Trotter or Wilson for the Cowboys here at 87.
The highest rated player on my board is Tony Franklin at this point.
I don't want another wide receiver for Dak to throw to.
I'm not talking about specifically for Dallas, but he's my highest rated player still on the board. He's a guy.
Said you want Jeremiah Trotter? Is that what you said?
Jeremiah Trotter or Peyton Wilson?
Okay.
Peyton Wilson is my top middle linebacker in this draft class.
Yeah, I'm shocked he's still on the board. I thought he would have gone earlier, at the end of round 2, beginning of round 3, when they started looking at linebackers. But they actually took the Michigan kid first. So
yeah,
and then Edrin Cooper went off the way he should have gone. So
and then,
but he's an outside backer more than inside. So I'm interested. I think that the injury is still something that they're kind of holding off on him back. While you got encouraging results, still, is he going to be the same player right away? So we're waiting on the Browns pick to be announced. The Colts are on the clock with Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, and Arizona right behind them.
Yeah.
So Dan, are we going to see you tomorrow?
Yeah, man, I'll be here. I'll stop by and say what's happening. Definitely, wonderful. I like it. I enjoy coming through and chopping it up with you guys. You guys know your business, know your stuff. Really appreciate you having me on, and it's always fun, man. It's always fun.
Anytime. Well, we appreciate you coming to hang out both nights. We'll do the trifecta tomorrow. We're gonna have some more fun guests.
Tomorrow I might ask you guys about Cameron Kitchens.
I was going to say that Tony Franklin's the number 1 rated player on my board. So he's still there. Cameron Kitchens, Adisa Isaac. Let's see. Then after that, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Chris Abrams-Drain.
Okay.
And TJ Tampa, Bucky Irving, the aforementioned Peyton Wilson, Kalen King, Christian
Good
Jones.
Lord, another player from that school up north. Just it's enough, isn't it?
Well, Zach Zinter was one of the top guards. We're talking about guards.
Yeah.
Well, the guards are going sparingly. We were talking about tackles going off the board, tackle going off the board. The guard, you get a guard here. We'll come back for another one in about another 30 picks, it seems like, right?
Is it?
Right. Yeah. Well, I'll have to find out what's the record for the most number of tackles to go in the first 100 picks, but I bet we're close to the record. The tackle class, has been extraordinarily thick and fast because guys that I had rated in the 130s and 140s are already gone amongst them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The tackles are flying off the board. Guys, and we were talking about the stacks, right? So the tackles going quick. There are guys that were borderline day 3 picks that could probably really go day 3 for sure. Spencer Rowland, a guy that I thought, would sneak into the back end of day 3, is slowly creeping up day 3's board. He'll probably go with, for sure, if not in 7, he may go in the back end of 6. The guy I look for that I thought would have a chance of getting drafted is actually falling possibly out of the draft, Sincere Haynesworth. We talk about the guard/center. Since centers and guards are going pretty slowly off the board, those guys are falling down. So there's the effect of the run-on tackles pushing down the other interior linemen. So,
yeah, but this also goes to the fact that a true guard doesn't get picked as highly as a tackle who could move to a guard or a guard that can play center anymore. It just is. It's all these guys who have been tackles who are going to be pushed inside. Right. And as we've said before, moving inside isn't always beneficial for these tackles because everything comes at them so much quicker.
Yes.
Well,
damn.
Why do they do that? Is it all about athleticism at that point?
Well, it's about a couple of things. One thing is length. We like tackles that by measurables that have at least 33-inch arms. Sometimes you get that big guy that's 6'5", but his arms are 31 inches. So people worry about the arm length. Connor Williams was like that. He had 32-inch arms.
32-inch arms. Yep.
Yeah. So Zach Martin, 32-inch arms. So those guys, although Zach Martin could play tackle, they loved him inside at guard in the phone booth. But they're guys because of that. They're guys because of foot speed. They don't think they can cover the space outside as a tackle. Kick him inside.
Who was that you mentioned again here, Jeff? Who was that again? Mr. Martin.
So, so there's that factor. Then just the talent level. There's some guys just feel that you're not a good enough athlete to be outside, but you have the size and strength to play inside. So there's that factor. But when you're asking in zone runs and pulls, you need athleticism. So that's kind of contradictory. You're going to put the guy inside when you ask him to do all that stuff.
Right.
Those are usually the guys that are the worst in space. You pull them and they're diving at a DB that's passing them because they couldn't get there. So there's a lot of those factors why they kick guys from tackle to guard. Usually it's a combination of those things.
And speaking of guard, tackle, center, all of the above, Dominic Puny from Kansas has now been selected. He's the guy that I have seen play at one point or another every position on the offensive line. He looked pretty good at center, but by trade, he lined up at tackle quite a bit, right tackle, and then he's played a fair amount of guard as well. So that's one of those players you take and you sort of figure it out in camp.
That's it.
And that was a trade. San Francisco jumped up to get him.
Yeah.
San Fran making moves.
Yeah, because I think they had a feeling Dallas was in the market there. So, especially we talked about, their centers with Brock Hoffman. I think that was a move to say we want to get depth at center / guard. Got to go ahead of Dallas.
If this isn't a linebacker, I'm going to just be unbelievably upset. It's just going to be another draft pick where the coaches said this and that, and the scouts haven't been listened to. It's just going to be another nightmare.
Well, the good news, Greg, is that both Peyton Wilson and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. are just sitting.
Yes, but again, this is the Cowboys. Their war room drives me bananas.
Well, you should be very happy, though. It looks like it's Maris Leopold. That should make you happy.
If it is,
they haven't announced it on the app yet, and they're at commercial on the team. So if it isn't linebacker, Greg, the good thing is you are in Canada. There's plenty of whiskey.
I got that liquor store right across the street from me, and the bourbon will be coming.
Just waiting for the update on this. They're doing a story on that. So, so we're rapidly approaching the compensatory picks are coming up within a handful of picks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're rapidly approaching the end of the night, guys. Thoughts so far?
I'm happy. I'm happy with our pick. I will say that.
Yep.
I'm good.
Oh, you've gotten 3 excellent picks.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
We needed it.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to see all of these guys that we keep seeing get pushed down, where the next run is going to come.
Yeah.
The run on tackles has not stopped since round 1. We're in round 3. The wide receiver run came and went. The cornerback run came and went. The quarterback run ended day night 1. So we're looking at the board now. We're starting to see people piece things together, but they're still going strong at the tackle position. Yes, it is Maris Leofau.
Yep.
So you got your linebacker in Dallas.
Notre Dame, baby! Oh, yes! That makes this old Fighting Irishman and Cowboys fan a happy camper. Leofau is going to be the sideline-to-sideline guy.
My thing with Leofau is, I was going to put that up. Keep that up. We'll talk about that in a second. My thing with Leofau is coverage, getting stuck on blocks, and, of course, the always possible, can he last the 17 games? You know, because he's going to take a bigger pound than he took at Notre Dame. He was allowed to blitz a lot more at Notre Dame. He's going to have to run fit and be more disciplined in Dallas. He's going to have to drop into coverage a lot more and match up with people. So they're going to expose more. They're going to play more to his weaknesses at Notre Dame than his strengths at the NFL level.
He was my 4th linebacker left. He was my
I'm
4th.
shocked that he went before Eichenberg, to be honest with you.
Because I had Wilson, Trotter, Eichenberg, and then Leofau.
Yeah, I'm shocked he went before Eichenberg. I was not totally shocked with Trotter because I think the size factor plays into that for some people.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder what people are not liking about Wilson, though. I don't understand.
Yeah, I think that they're really concerned about the injury.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way. He's got the pedigree, he's got the size, he's got the speed and ability. I think it's just the fact of the matter because he's been injured. Oh, Marshawn Lloyd goes off the next pick.
There you go.
And he's a running back that I thought would have been gone already. Everybody talked about it so much. Ashbear is asking, what's everyone's favorite pick so far? We'll ask Dan. We'll let Dan answer that first because we're supposed to kick Dan back out so he can go home and take the suit off and kick back.
Yeah.
You know, but we haven't let him go yet. So, Dan, who's your favorite pick so far?
My favorite pick is Rome Odunze. That was my favorite pick from my team, right? From my team, that was my favorite pick. And the reason being is because I already knew we were getting Caleb Williams. That was a foregone conclusion. But to get Rome Odunze was icing on the cake there because, you know, they talked about it a little bit before it happened. And, you know, I said if we were going to take a wide receiver, I didn't want to take a wide receiver, I'll be honest. But if we were to take a wide receiver at 9 and not be able to trade down, I wanted it to be Rome Odunze because he fits the mold of the type of player that I wanted opposite DJ Moore or to learn from my man, name is Keenan Allen, yeah. So the ability to come away with 2 blue chip players, top 10 players in this draft, you know, I'm besides myself. I'm happy with it. I'm ecstatic about it. And then tonight's pick as well, outstanding, man. Like I said, you know, you come in with limited situation, 4 picks in the whole draft, and to come away with 3 hits already, you know, hey, it is what it is.
Well, Dan, we appreciate you joining us again.
Yeah.
We will see you tomorrow.
Appreciate you guys, man. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Take care,
Go
Dan.
ahead, kick back, have that Coke. Enjoy the rest of the night, brother. You done some great work tonight.
I will. Thank you.
Dan Goodwin, everybody. Three Kings Podcast. Make sure you catch it. Guys, same question to y'all. Favorite pick for the night? Favorite pick so far?
Go ahead, Bill.
Well, I mean, I know I keep throwing roses and bouquets and everything at the feet of Howie Roseman. When you think of what the situation was for the Eagles in terms of age and ability and things like that in the back half of their defense, and with what they did in the offseason and free agency added to what they just did in the draft, I guess it's difficult to pick between the two, but I'll go with Deshaun just because nobody seemed to have him available at that point in the draft. So to be able to get both Quinton Mitchell and him is ridiculous, especially to get Cooper DeJean, who some people had in the middle of the first. Now, I didn't have him quite that high. I thought it was the tail end of the first, the early second guy, but they got him a little later even than I expected, and to, like I said, be able to pair those two together. To turn a weakness into a strength like that, and to have not had to do anything to do it, like to just be able to sit there and have it happen, it is a really great illustration of how the best GMs work the draft.
Yeah, when I look at everything, especially today, listen, I must admit, Howie is the low-hanging fruit of it all. I'm going to say this, though. We waited all day yesterday. We said, I had this kid in my mocks up until my final mock in the first round. He goes early second to the New York Giants, Tyler Newton. Right? The Giants are reloading their safety position. Here's a guy that gives them what they love, that bigger safety, to play in the box, play over the top, gives you a lot of things that he can do, physical, finds the football, all right? He's going to be a big player in their scheme because now they don't have to rely on guys like Isaiah Simmons to do all the things that they want to do. They have a talented player who can do a little more, and I think overall he's going to improve that secondary. We let one safety go. They didn't want to pay him. Why? Because I think they had their eyes on him the whole time. I think he's a guy that they really, really like. So definitely, I think that's one of the better ones. I mean, there's some honorable mentions out there. I think the Brooks pick by Carolina is a great pick. They need to add more juice to that backfield.
That's my number one pick because, again, I didn't want another damn ACL injury in Dallas. Goodbye. Thank you.
You could go several places with it. You could also go Washington with Ben Sinnott. I think that's an excellent pick for Washington. A guy that fits what Cliff Kingsbury is going to want to do. Right? He likes tight ends that can create matchups in the middle of the field. Ben Sinnott gives you that. So there are so many things about this day that you have to like. Green Bay, Edgerrin Cooper, like I said, another one that you have to like. There are a lot of honorable mentions on this list. So we'll recap the last couple of picks as we're winding down day 3.
Oh, I like that a lot.
Tyke Smith, safety from Georgia. So both Georgia safeties come off the board. Cornerback Elijah Jones from Boston College comes off the board in Arizona.
I like him a lot.
All right. So Packers pick is in. They're waiting to announce that. Bucks are on the clock, followed by the Ravens, Eagles, Bills, and Jaguars. And we are officially 9 picks away from the end of day 3.
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, Steve, I knew you were going to say a Viking. I knew you were going to do it. But it was a great value. Listen, you got the top-rated pass rusher in the draft, landed right in your lap. Kudos to the Vikings for that. So, absolutely, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, he was my number 2.
You had Latu at number 1?
Latu was number 1 for me.
Yeah.
Although, don't be surprised, Steve, when Dallas Turner gets run on a lot, because he's going to just run at the quarterback, just like Micah Parsons and all these other guys do. He doesn't know how to stop the run. It's a big problem with these kids.
Yeah, well, we've talked about it, right? How many times we said everybody likes to play the run to the quarterback, right? So that means they want aggressive fronts. That is the current change that you're seeing, because with RPO and everybody trying to get the ball out quickly, they no longer want to read, get off a block, and get to the QB. They want you to get off fast, get penetration, disrupt. Right? So they believe disruption at the line of scrimmage is going to affect the running game as well as the passing game equally.
But you know what Nick Saban said yesterday? You get your run up the middle. That's where you get your runs at, is up the middle, not off the damn edge.
Yeah. Apparently, Murphy was number 1 on the Vikings list, but he went 16, so Turner.
Yep. So Tyron Hopper just went off the board. Speaking of linebackers.
Yeah, so now we're starting to get into the linebacker position, right? But still, right? So we see Hopper coming off, we see Leofow coming off, no Eichenberg.
And no Trotter.
No Trotter. Bertrand, to me, was a day 3 guy the whole time. I never expected him to go this high. So that's not anything I would think about. But yeah. Well, interesting. No Peyton Wilson. I think that's the one that shocks me the most, is these guys are going for Wilson. It's got to be something with injury there that they're looking at.
Yeah,
because and the film is better than the guys that we're seeing right now. The Peyton Wilson film is better.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. Obviously, though most of the news was good coming out of the combine, clearly he plays a collision position, and people are a little bit scared of his history, but. Franklin also. I wonder if there's maybe some undisclosed, whether it be character or injury or something stuff with Franklin, because that's a guy that some people were mocking until late first, and I didn't think he'd go that early, but I thought he'd be one of the first 10 to 12 picks in the second, and I'm a little surprised to see him still.
I'm not surprised that he's not been drafted. I'm not surprised at all.
Third Washington receiver comes off the board, Jalen McMillan.
Yep.
All right, so looking back at it again, Bill, should we really be this shocked that we're seeing an offensive-heavy draft? Because
we knew it was an offensive-heavy draft, and we had – this is what's called a tease in the business. We had Jim Coburn on not too long ago, and he told us what? He told us it's going to be an extremely offensive-heavy draft. He talked about the work that he does using a bunch of longitudinal data, and he said that, like, this is a rare class with how many guys who graded out in terms of both a combination of physical stuff and, production stuff were all, 80-something percentile and above on the offensive side, was disproportionate to the number of guys who tested out on that level on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
Now, even with that, there's some defensive players who should be gone by now who are still there. But I am Corum got drafted, Steve. But the Rams got Blake Corum. But the fact is that I think pick 83. Don't quote me on that. But Corum is a guy that it went to a good spot. The Rams will know what to do with him. He fits what they like. The defensive players that are still available, this is going to motivate some of them, right? The whole, if you're Chris Abrams, if you're Jeremiah Trotter, some of those guys are going to come out, out of the gate maybe a little bit harder than they would have. A guy like, TJ Tampa and others, those some competitive dudes anyway. Austin Booker. Some of those guys may play just a little extra hard, knowing that they didn't go where they thought they were going to go. And like I said, teams that need defense are going to get bargains.
All these offensive tackles that were taken just shows you how bad that position really is in the NFL.
Also true.
Yeah, I'm not as. The more and more I look at the board and the way we put everything together, the way we grade it out, and it's in the grading as well, but there's more high value on the offensive side than on the defensive side. All right, we talk about it. And even if I look at my first round grades, 70% of them are offensive players.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but this goes to the whole college game though right now.
Yeah,
sure.
It goes to the college game. It's all based on the offense.
We had no first round grades for D tackle. We had no first round grades for any outside or inside backers. We had no first round grades for safeties. Okay. It had some second round grades at those positions. And then you had a lot more 3, 4s, and 5s.
Yep.
But if you look at the opposite side of the ball, there's first, there's second. I mean, there's no first round grade for running back or center or guard, but all the other positions at least have one.
And multiples, yeah.
Yeah. And so, the value was definitely weighted heavier early on the offense. So I think the board is playing out the way it's supposed to. It shouldn't overly shock us. I just think that it's pushing so many guys who we thought we had better grades on. The teams are obviously not feeling as good about it.
Well, the good news, if you are in need, especially if it's interior, there's a lot to choose from, Steve. If you're looking at a guy who's going to play offensive tackle, I think maybe Christian Jones from Texas might be a guy that at least I believe has a chance to become a starter down the road, not immediately, but to develop long term into a starter. Most of the tackles left now are development.
Yeah.
All right, so yes. You said the Jalen McMillan pick. We're waiting for the Ravens pick to be announced. The Eagles are on the clock, followed by the Bills, Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, and Commanders to close out.
Yep. Franklin might finally come off the board here. I know the Ravens are looking for a receiver with a little bit of length and speed. They have some guys with speed and some guys with length, but not ones that are both.
And to repeat my Mockpalooza mantra for the last 3 days of it, Terrence Steele is available for the Vikings. You give us pick 108, we'll just. Terrence Steele needs to be gone. He needs to go now. He's got to go.
I thought I'd heard the last of that, but I guess I didn't realize where I was and
because we got BB now and Guyton. I'm loaded up on the O line. I've got space to get rid of him, and the Vikings got some cash because they're not paying their quarterbacks very much. So you need Terrence Steele. That's it.
Well.
The views of Greg Rector or those days alone.
Team NBS Media, or really the rest of the world at large. But the Ravens kind of have a nice little situation here because they're not a team that needs.
And they just took Adiz Isaac.
I was about to say the most Ravens pick.
Bingo.
Bingo. If there's a pass rusher hanging around when they shouldn't be, the Ravens are going to find it.
Yep. And it's a great pick for them. That's another guy that I thought might go, right around the top 50. Pick yourself. Let me see what exactly we're having rated. Yeah, well, a little later than that. I thought he'd go a little later than the top 50, but he could have. But they, like I said, the pass rushers are getting pushed down. This is a guy that some people thought would go earlier. I felt like he was probably going to go around here, but a lot of people, and I listened to some of those people, thought he'd go much earlier than I had him rated. But he's in a good spot. This makes sense.
Yes, it does. So the Eagles are on the clock. We have the Bills, Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, and Commanders to close out. So once again, we are here for day 3.
Of course.
Nice and early. And so grab your coffee, enjoy the ride tomorrow as we go the distance with this. Joining us late tomorrow, got confirmation, none other than former NFL cornerback and now coach, Terrell Buckley. Terrell Buckley's going to join us tomorrow.
Nice.
Second year in a row, T-Buck joins us. Yes, we're going to have a bunch of guests coming through, so we definitely got to get the big names, and they got to bring out the big guns, especially on day 2.
Yes, sir.
I'll be happy when this round is over because I don't have to see damn Daryl Green one more time tonight. It's horrible.
J-Links Hunt. So Houston Christian in the house. J-Links Hunt. And where does he go? We talk about pass rushers ending up in certain places. Philly.
Philadelphia.
You know? Philly.
Yep.
Okay.
And he'll see the field a little bit as a rookie, in certain packages and situations. But next year is the year we get to see the real J-Links Hunt because, he's talented, but there's a whole lot he just doesn't know yet, right? He tends to just kind of run at or through you. That tends to be a lot of what he does. When he learns how to really use his hands, he's going to be a problem.
Yeah, he's just winning on athleticism right now. Much like Sendiana Anderson was winning on athleticism. I think those two guys are nice, raw coals that you could turn into a diamond at some point. But it's got to be in the right place at the right time. The team that just throws them out there and says, go get him, Tiger, is not going to be the team that's going to develop them. So you got to have a plan for him.
So you see Steve's question here. They need a kicker. Do you guys have one in this draft class? Steve, you don't draft damn kickers. You don't need to draft a kicker.
Well, Steve.
Ask the Niners how they did with their 3rd round kicker from that school up north.
Or how did Tampa feel about getting Aguayo? But I do think there'll be 1 or 2 place kickers taken, but they will be definitely not taken today. I think we'll make ourselves a way into day 3 before the first specialist is taken.
And Rickard will be the guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Dwayne Carter off the board to the Buffalo Bills.
Now there's a DT that I thought would be coming off a lot sooner than what some of the other ones did.
Right.
Yeah, we're cycling through. The Jacksonville's making their pick.
Right.
And I'm sorry if I'm spoiling this for anybody that has the TV on. It's just unfortunately the app is faster than the TV.
Yep.
Correct.
Well, if you're a Jaguars fan and you were hoping to sit there and jump up and down when they announced it, you can still do it. At least you know who it is before they announce it. Let's see here.
Right.
So we're rapidly approaching the end. So we're back again tomorrow. Like I said, a lot of guests. We're going to close out this draft. We'll be in blue collar mode tomorrow. So the suits jackets get to come off. We get to be in blue collar mode tomorrow.
Well, for two of us anyway.
Yeah, well, Bill's always buttoned up. Bill's always buttoned up.
Yeah. But I do like Dwayne Carter. He's a good fit. This is about maybe a little. I had him rated a little lower, but this is an okay spot for him. And he's another guy that you saw him come along, right? The more you watch it, the more you see things that you can like. That I like about him. He's got enough size. He could probably put on another 8 to 12 pounds without losing anything. He's a guy that knows how to steer the lineman that's trying to block him. into certain situations where against his will, and then sort of peek around him, and then sometimes shoot a gap or sometimes hold the point, depending which one he do it. But yeah, he's a solid player. I'm a little surprised when I think about some of the players that are still there that he went through, but he's a good player.
I think I might have had him ranked a little higher than you did, Bill.
Probably.
In the words of Chris Berman, tick, 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 tick.
Yeah.
We can't thank you enough, everybody that's tuned in and still tuning in with us here on day 2. We hope you come back for day 3, the really, really fun day. You know,
and hit the subscribe button on YouTube, folks. That button on that little machine, it really helps.
Yes. We don't have ESPN advertisers. What keeps the little guy going are the likes and subscribers. So by all means, please do keep the little guy going. All right. So by all means, it's fun doing this draft coverage. We get to sit there and highlight these young men, inform the fans what we're seeing, what the trends are, what it feels great to share this information. When you're scouting, the whole point of I was taught in scout school, we are gatherers of information. But if I'm gathering it not to share it, doesn't make any sense. So by all means, we love sharing this info with you guys. That is the driving force behind our draft coverage here at Team NBS Media, to make sure we're sharing and informing the fans on the things around this draft class. It's real easy to get caught up in the I likes about players, but we're here about giving you what the players are and letting you choose for yourself whether you like what you're seeing here in that player.
Right. I was completely whipped through my best availables, and once again, there's got to be something about Troy Franklin that I don't know. But
he played in an offense that was a joke compared to an NFL offense. That's Troy Franklin's biggest issue.
Well, which is true still of some other receivers that still got taken. But then we also Chris Abrams-Strain, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who I've mentioned. TJ Tampa is a guy that I thought might be gone by this point. Bucky Irvin probably will go the next day, but he should go pretty soon.
Darian Jones just went to the Jaguars.
There we go. The aforementioned Peyton Wilson, which Greg has mentioned a few times.
Yep.
Christian Jones, right? Texas. I mentioned. Yep. Well, I do like him. I think he has starter position down the road. Cornerback Kalen King, who was, I think, my number 2 corner coming into this season, and then had a rather rough last season. Then Austin Booker from Kansas.
Who King went here. He went here.
Oh, did he?
State. Yeah. Penn State. Look at my beautiful hoodie.
Yeah. That is lovely. Then Brandon Dorlus, who is one of those sort of tackle/end sort of combo guys from Oregon. And rounding out my top still available is Cedric Gray. And 2 Cedrics, spelled differently. Cedric Gray from North Carolina and Cedric Von Prawn from Georgia. Round out my top 10s.
And we got another DT off the board. McKinley Jackson just went to the Bengals.
Oh. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, so Jerry and Jones, McKinley Jackson, these are players that I liked. I think there's maybe players that I like a little bit more that are still available, but these are both good players. Both of those last 2 guys are guys I thought would be more like in the 5th round, but
yeah.
You know, I said this on Twitter earlier. I appreciate the hustle of Tony Khan. He's really playing up this neck injury thing. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm a wrestling fan, folks. I appreciate the theatricality of it all. He is playing this neck thing up. He's almost as good as Bobby Heenan right now. Yeah.
Is he almost at McMahon's level when he had his injury, and Stone Cold came and
he's almost not that good though.
Not that good.
He's still doing a little too much neck movement. You hurt
oh,
your
okay,
neck, you're supposed to do the whole shoulder turn. So he's still doing a little too much of that, but he's doing his best to play it out. Give him credit. They keep showing him on the War Room with the neck collar on. I'm like, but he's got the cup of coffee. He's just like, I'm like, oh no, dude,
no. You're not doing your acting job is not very good.
Yeah, you're supposed to do that and then grab the neck in pain.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'll learn.
Yes.
He's still a novice at the whole pro wrestling thing.
Well, his dad's still a novice owner too, because
Ouch.
I want Duval gone from the state of Florida. I really do. I want them over in London where they belong.
Oh.
Put them over there.
Permanently? Just
permanently.
Drop the team there and leave with them?
Yeah. They go every year.
Well, they're starting to finally get the crowds in Florida to allow them to stay here. That was the one thing about it, was they weren't getting the home crowds here, but they were getting them over there. So at least now they're getting them. I think the Floridians up there in Jacksonville are saying, hey, Duval, we're actually seeing you're taking this team seriously, so we're going to come out and support. So kudos to him. He's grown, as an owner, because that was always the struggle. And people were more interested in the hot tub than the actual game. So, so
that's the trouble with all sports down in Florida, though.
Bucks are pretty, the Bucks are pretty good at supporting. The Bucks fans down here in Tampa are pretty good at supporting them.
Yeah.
Now, USF, on the other hand, they gave them a hard time. But, it was hard going to Ray J watching a half-empty stadium while I'm scouting the USF games. But they're resolving that because they're going to have their on-campus stadium start to break.
Oh, yeah. But I'm talking about just the pro teams in Florida.
Yeah.
The Tampa Bay Lightning and Florida Panthers in the NHL. Nobody cares about.
They got a great crowd. Tampa Bay Lightning.
Until the playoffs.
I'll be very excited.
Tampa Bay's out, by the way. They're already done.
I'll be very excited if Pittsburgh could snap up, say, Muhammad Kamara right here.
Yeah.
That would be a great pick.
That would be a very good pick.
So the Rams on the clock, then the Commanders. And then we are officially done with the first 3 rounds of this year's draft.
Yes, sir. And there have been some surprises sprinkled in. Once again, as we keep harping on, very good players at some positions have been available because of the ludicrous number of offensive tackles that have been drafted in the first 3 rounds. There's your guy. There's your Peyton Wilson off the board finally.
Yeah.
To the Steelers.
If he is able to stay healthy, which is the big giant if attached to Peyton Wilson, obviously, but he can cover. He's good against the run. He reminds me of a guy like Chad Greenway, but bigger, stronger version of Chad Greenway, and
faster too.
Yeah, bigger, stronger, faster, right? A better version of Chad Greenway. Yeah, he can do everything Chad Greenway can do, but does it faster and brings more thump.
And he already played in an odd front, right? You think they played in that 3-3 stack at North Carolina State, so he's used to playing in an odd front. So going into a 3-4 with the Steelers really won't affect them much. Although they're rarely in a full 3-4 front, but
that tackle that they just showed against Notre Dame was just when he came from behind. I mean, that was just beautiful.
Yeah,
just beautiful.
Whoa, the Rams are now on the clock.
We'll trade that.
Yes.
Well, they're looking at some of the players and they can't believe they're still there.
Yeah.
I mean, amongst the players that I have graded at least 25 picks higher, 20 to 25 picks higher, include people like Christian Mahogany, the aforementioned Muhammad Kamara, Cedric Von Prawn, Cedric Gray. Were all players that I thought would be gone, about 20 to 25 picks earlier. DJ James. Let's see who else. Once again, Kalen King, Bucky Irvin, TJ Tampa, Chris Evans-Drain.
Well, they missed out on the DTs because they're all gone this round. They're boom.
Oh, there's your Cameron Kitchens pick. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
And like I said, we're going to find out just how much athletic testing matters, because everything that you see on tape feels maybe not like a first rounder, but feels mostly second rounderish. But then you look at his athletic testing and it feels undrafted. So we'll see how it all works out. But it's a real fascinating test case, just because I didn't think he's going to be a freak athlete or anything, but I thought 4.63, 4.62, maybe on a good day 4.59, 4.58. To see the way he tested was just mind-boggling. Like just how poorly he tested.
Last pick of the day.
Yeah, here we go.
Well, they're still the Commanders are still on the clock. So
yeah. We have a little, but I was just saying that he tested only worse than pretty much every other defensive back. In fact, I think worse than every defensive back, at least that worked out at the combine. I think he worked out worse than all but maybe one or two of the linebackers, and was out-athleted, for that way of putting it, by even over half of the defensive ends.
Yeah.
In terms of athletic testing. So it's a little scary, I guess is what I'm driving at, in terms of how he tested. So we will see. This will be, like I said, one of those great. People will have lots of arguments, and if he ends up having even an okay NFL career, like even an average NFL career, that will vindicate, the film grinders. If he's out of the league in 3 years, that will vindicate some of the people that point to athletic metrics. But he is a guy that at one point was thought of as one of the top safeties in the class.
Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, okay. About a round earlier than I had him, but good football player.
Yeah, I can see Luka McCaffrey going in this range. These are the comp picks, so these aren't the ones that are going to, really hurt you. So you get a chance to take a player before you start to really dig in to round 4, where everybody's really going to start digging for these guys.
The Commanders needed more receivers, because I'm sorry, the guys that they've got, they're good, but they just don't get the damn job done.
Well, you got McLaurin, and then after that, you got inconsistency, like Dotson, inconsistent, right? But I think he gives you something in not just upside. We saw what he did. Like I said, I just happened to be in the house, when he went over 200 versus South Florida. And there's a lot to his game that you didn't expect. The vertical speed. He was toasting people vertically. The ability to catch and run. So the route running is still improving. The hands are very, very good. So there were so many things to his game. It was like, okay, there's a lot of upside to this pick. He's going to be an excellent mid-round pick. And
there's a school that he went to, of course, is in Rice, which used to give up so many performers to the NFL, it wasn't even funny. But boy, have they fallen off the map. I'm telling you.
Yeah, and Nebraska before that, and was it Northwestern?
Yeah.
Okay. So two, very, very academically competitive programs sandwiched around Nebraska. And it was at Nebraska where he finally began to accept that playing quarterback was not in his future. But things that you like about him. He seems unafraid of contact, which means 202 pounds and 6'1" and change. So he's got enough size. Really good hands, what we call quiet hands. Like sometimes I'll just listen. I'll just close my eyes and listen to it and catch the ball. And if I can barely hear it or can't hear it if I'm standing on the sidelines and I can't hear the ball when he catches it or barely hear it, that always sticks with me. It means a guy really knows how to sort of cushion the ball coming in. And he does. He has that.
So tomorrow for day 3, the kicks will start at noon. We'll be here at 11:30 a.m. Eastern.
Yes.
So we'll do a nice recap of day 1 and 2, really get into what to expect for day 3. And we're going to be here from start to finish once again, folks. Thanks for hanging with us for 2 nights. One more day to hang out with us. And then it's getting ready for next draft. So
No. We sleep. We sleep. It's called sleep. We do this. Remember?
Yeah. I'll get there. I'll get to the sleep part. I'm just anxious to get to the stellar part. I always close out the draft with a stellar. So when we go off the air tomorrow and I get out and we get a great sound, I'll get my stellar. I'll have my chalice here ready to go.
There you are.
But I won't crack the bottle until after we're off the air. But sure. Last thoughts before we go, guys.
Well, once again, best available. And like I said, I'm going to see if I can find out if anybody has the intel on what the Troy Franklin situation is. But there's some very good football players still staring people in the face. Amongst others, Jatavian Sanders, who may well be the next tight end off the board. We've talked a little bit about Leonard Taylor III from Miami as another guy has a chance to at least be a rotational player right out of the box on the interior of the defensive line. I mentioned Kristen Jones, the very athletic tackle from Texas, quick-footed guy, grew up playing soccer. Still a little raw technique-wise, but you can tell the talent is there. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. has been mentioned a few times. Chris Abrams-Drain has been mentioned a few times as well. DJ Tampa has been mentioned a few times. Bucky Irving might be the next running back off the board. Guys like this, tomorrow's played where a guy like Kalen King probably leaves the board. The next tight end after that might be Stover. Brendan Rice, obviously the son of Jerry, may be drafted at some point tomorrow. Brandon Dorless, Austin Booker are players I'm looking forward to seeing where they land. And of course, the 2 Cedrics I mentioned earlier, Cedric Gray, Cedric Van Pond. But these are all players I think have the potential to be starters at some point, if not immediately, then eventually, that are all going to be available at some point tomorrow.
The only thing I can think of with Tony Franklin is something did not go right after that shoulder injury that he had.
Yeah, that's the possibility.
Game.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. That I'm assuming it's something like that. It's either scratch and dent physically or scratch and dent character-wise, maybe. But like I said, I'll put my ear to the ground and see what I can find out.
Oh, well, he went to that school that Monty cheers for, so I don't really,
Yeah, so we got some. Like I said, we're loaded tomorrow with guests for day 3. A lot of people coming through. By the way, if you thought it was explosive when Greg and Thomas were together tonight, tomorrow our first guest, Monty Perez. So
is it gonna be little Monty?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. So Monty's gonna join the show tomorrow along with Ryan Cooley. Montel Hardy's gonna join us. Mike Patton's gonna join us. Steve Rogers, Steve Atkinson. A lot of NBS names, and of course, Coach Terrell Buckley. You may see some of the other faces from tonight.
And don't forget Geometrics.
Yes, Jim's going to come hang out with us. So we have to get Jim. We have an extra analyst to come here and talk about these late round picks. So if you thought you were getting knowledge for the first 3 rounds, just wait till tomorrow. You're going to get even more, folks. So thanks for sticking with us for 2 days. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
Get your Dunkin' Donuts. Come hang out with us, because we'll be here from start to finish. For Greg Rector, for the amazing Bill Carroll, for Jeff Barnes, this is good night. We will see you in the morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. One more day of drafting. Cannot wait.